There's my weird sound for the day. Oh, what do we got today? Ooh, we gotta fill this shit. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alrighty then. Do I feel creative today? I guess I'm gonna have to. Fucking effects. I mean, technically now that we have everything... Like, we don't spawn everything in the prototype map, of course. Like bell peppers or... sugar, right? Although some of these things you might be able to buy from a merchant that we had. It just seems a little weird to separate the occurrence count. Although it still makes sense. It still makes sense to do it this way. Although it's not a proper count just because you have... toadstool and stuff up here. It doesn't really matter though, as long as it's relatively balanced. Or whatever that means. Alright, well, I will take this list. We're gonna keep that on the side of the screen. Well, I fill it in. It'd be easier than having to like look at this list and say, what have I not done lately? I can kind of keep mental track of it over here. I put... Yeah. That's fine. Okay. Let's break these up. You guys are going to cover up some of these, but don't worry about it. Lavender. You know what? I'm going to fill in the... It's gonna be kind of weird. We're going to do a little out of order because I'll fill in the ingredients that I know are part of the prototype map first. Since those are just a little bit more important to keep track of mentally because that will directly affect the playtesters. Others that they can spawn in, that they can debug spawn in, don't really matter as much to me. Like lavender. So we'll start with toadstool. Add. Typical. Even talking to? I'm talking to you guys. Also, I will pull up the... There are people here. There's always people here. Even if they're not talking. There are always... Why is your chat not loading? Yeah, we'll do that. Just try reloading the page and the chat should fix. Sometimes that happens to me too. Scared you'd become schizophrenic. Here's a tip for Twitch. You should always speak like you have 100 people watching you in chat. You should always. Most of your viewers are going to be lurkers. And because of that, they don't want to just have you sitting there in silence just because they're not talking to you. Top tips. Dried. This has dried, cut, ground, fermented, and cooked. Well, Toadstool should definitely restore health. There's definitely no voices. There is a voice in my head. It's called my consciousness. And then there's my waifus. They speak to me as well. No, normal Toadstool should have 2 effects. The nice, simple restore health, restore stamina. Good stuff. You think Twitch has helped you develop schizophrenia? Yes. But my other self says no. Plus essence and plus neutral utility. And here's the question. If we don't have essence or neutral utility effects on here, should we replace some? Should we go like restore health and now we have a... I don't know. We could either do, you know, fortify essence. Do they have Costco? They do. Improve their pancake mix. Yeah, I don't shop at Costco. I shop at Auchan. It's basically French Walmart. But the good thing is because it's French, you can steal from there and then threaten them and they'll surrender. Plus neutral utility effects minus main stat. A neutral utility effect is one of these. We'll give it Aether Light. I don't know how cutting it would make it poisonous. Look, it is what it is. Ground Toadstool. Plus essence effects minus healing minus curing. So yeah, we won't have the health, but we'll have restore essence. One. You know, we have to think about how common the Toadstool is. And I think Toadstool is very common. Do you come up with all these, or is it ChatGPT? Which, these? The effects? Fermented, damaging, and non-neutral utility. It's these and these. Definitely should get a weak poison once you ferment it. And the ingredients. I came up with the effects with the help of other games too. Although it was mostly during a talk with my combat designer. And for ingredients, I think we just used it for names. We didn't really use it for ideas, but just for names. For some of them. For specifically the Violet Frog Dort. And the Siren's Reef Seed. Those are the only two. Cooked is plus healing plus stamina. I mean, that would just be better than the normal version in any case. Nice. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. And it is filling out the occurrences, which is nice. Got a piranha, nice. Rare piranha. Goddamn phlegm. Okay, mint, shiitake, bell pepper, burgundy. Now, I think the mint and burgundy snail can be given to you as a reward. So we will want to fill those out. But you can't find them naturally. You can find pearls naturally, so we'll need to do those. Pearls, 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 pearls. We don't have a luck effect. Where's my luck effect? Do we want a luck effect? Was there a reason that I didn't include my luck effect? Because I can add it, that's not a big deal. Hey Lazarla, it's good to see you. What would luck do in our game if you drank it as a player? Increase the amount of ingredients you harvest, maybe? You know, a small chance to increase that. Maybe a chance for enemies to drop more loot. I don't think we'll have like critical hits in the game, so I don't think that's going to be something to worry about. It's like we have 4-leaf clover and freshwater pearls. Well, what? That sounds lucky to me. Nah, I mean, I think the luck sounds good on the surface, but I don't think I have enough applications for it. And it's one of those things where it's like Felix Felicis in Harry Potter. Why wouldn't people just drink that all the time? Ingredient response based on set time frame or something luck based? It is a set time frame per ingredient at the moment. We can control it individually. So if we want like 4-leaf clovers to respawn every 2 in-game days, we can. If we want lady ferns every 4 in-game days. I don't, nah, luck is one of those things that it's dangerous to add. Because then it's like, well, I have a luck potion, why don't I just put a luck effect on all the NPC potions? You know? I think it's something that sounds fun, but once you start to dig into how it might affect the game, nah, dangerous. We don't need luck. Freshwater pearls. Water breathing would be cool. And they're pretty rare. They're not super common, so we could do a few things. Maybe chill. Frenzy. What is NG, COF, etc.? Those are the states. So, for instance, freshwater pearls can only be changed into a ground version. They can't be fermented or cooked or anything. But something like four-leaf clovers can be dried, ground, or distilled. Ground increases essence effects minus healing and curing. Oh, we don't have any healing or curing on freshwater pearls. Thinking about making another game? You should. If you don't, I will be very sad. Plus essence. I do fortify. Now we'll do restore. Bottle of Pepsi, nice. Can you save a friend who's new to game writing? Yes. She has a lot of stories. Very eager. But is a little bit afraid to jump into the engines and stuff. I do have female friends, yes. Because they probably think that I'm gay. Nah, it's because I'm not a creep with them. God, that's two, you know. Thank you, thank you. I try my hardest. Lady Fern. Magical water. I forget what magical water was supposed to be used for. Oh, we do have honey. Yeah, we can harvest honey, so we need honey. Honey, honey, honey. Wait, where's my slow effect? Where's my slow? Did you introduce me to her? I suck at writing. I need ideas on what to make. Yeah, absolutely I can. I can send you it right now so I don't forget, because God knows if you send me a message, I will 100% forget within a few hours. Where was she? Oh, come on. She's gotta be around here. Oh, here she is. And where are you, Lazarla? Where are you? Oh, there you are. I sent her her username to you. Let's show around the engine. I know if she wants to give it a try. I think she would. I think she just needs that kind of like that push. How many people are messaging you in your contacts? A lot. A lot. Why do... I know I wanted a slow effect. I know. I even have it in our status effects. Why did I forget that yesterday? No, I don't. I missed it. Oopsies. Alright, well, I'll add it. Only no RPG Maker, though, might not be the best in the long run. I think she'd be okay with that. I think she also has experience with that. From what I know. Is game rating like coming up with concepts? Game rating can encompass quite a lot. It could be high-level concepts of stories, or it could be like dialogue writing, world building, world writing, you know. I don't think that will have moved the named range. Sadly. Effect ID names. Yeah. Do I need to have done anything else after adding that effect? Just the section in GDD. Paralyzed, frenzy, fear, calm. Slow. There we go. Okay, what do we want Honey to do? I think restore, like some restore and fortify health or something, you know, something good. It's tasty. It's good for you. We'll do restore health 2 and slow 2. Fermenting it, plus damaging, plus non-neutral utility. Should fermenting it get rid of the restore health? Light poison. Very light poison. That'll work. Alright, Lady Fern. Let's see if we can get some more of these neutral utility effects on there. Maybe a cure. We have dried, cut, and ground. I definitely think if you contact her and you say that you're looking for that, she'll be very interested. In fact, you might have to tell her that that's too much, that's too many concepts. I think she's one of those people that needs that creative channel and somebody to work with that can provide that, I don't know, like a technical assistance. Damaging, curing, main stat, healing, curing. Let's see, let's put a cure on it. Let's put a light cure poison. We'll get lightness, Fortify Stamina and Cure Poison. Cure Poison 2 will do Lightness 2. Fortify Stamina 1. When we dry it out, we want to go with boost to any essence effects and boost to neutral utility effects. So lightness should go up. Minus damaging, minus curing. That'll change into Fortify Essence, and this Cure Poison will go down a tier. Cutting it boosts neutral utility. Lightness 3. No DM's not for strange and Delta except a random friend request. She might send the friend request because I think I mentioned you already. Minus main stat effects, so probably we'll just keep the Cure Poison and put it on 1. Now we'll keep it at 2. Round Lady Fern. Plus essence, minus healing, minus curing. Change that to restore essence, minus curing. We'll just remove the curing entirely. That'll work. Okay, Monarch, Caterpillar, Oak Bark, Raven Skull. You can't collect any of those. Rowan, Walnut, Wheat. Wheat you can. So we'll need Wheat and Woody Nightshade. We'll do like a first batch. Just to make sure everything's working properly. Is she in the States? Yes. Either Central or East Coast. If I remember correctly. Yeah, I think she's probably asleep. I'm gonna go to sleep anyway. I can hang out here with our Heroes of Might and Magic music. Alright, Wheat. What should Wheat do? Maybe a strength boost could be cool. Druid sense, maybe. We've not done any invisibility, bulwark, resist magic, strength boost, night vision, or druid sense yet. And we haven't done any immolation, concussive blast. We have a lot to fill out. I mean, Woody Nightshade, that's gotta be poison, right? But what could Wheat be? Maybe bulwark? Light bulwark and strength boost. Therefore, you can kind of think of it as a easy to collect ingredient that you can use for like combat stuff. Maybe fear 2 though. It's kind of a detractor. Well, grinding it up boosts essence, but minuses healing and curing. Unfortunately, it doesn't do any of these things. So we'll change the essence to... We'll change Bulwark to Fortify Essence 1. And remove the strength boost. Fermenting it boosts damaging effects and non-neutral utility effects. That would boost the fear. It'd be a good payment rate. I've never done something like this before. I don't really know how to go about it. I don't think she would ask for any money. I think she's just looking for something where she can practice and see one of her ideas, you know, one of her stories come to life for some of her characters. Now I think I'll remove the strength boost. Cooked, plus healing, plus stamina, minus non-neutral utility. So the fear should go down. Healing and stamina up. So let's say Bulwark stays. Wait, strength boost. Bulwark goes. Strength boost stays. How can you cook wheat though? Cooked wheat? I don't mean to sound like a douche, but that's kind of the response I was hoping for. I mean, I think just talk to her. I think she'll be very excited that there's somebody who wants to work with her and bring her stories to life. I know how you feel. I have the same problem where it's like, yeah, I can't afford to pay anybody anything. I wish I had more money, but I don't. Cost of living is a bitch, yeah it is. Also, never miss a stream again. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. True. So true. This obviously has to have poison on it. So true. What else can we do on Woody Nightshade? Maybe Druid Sense? You do Poison 2, Druid Sense 2. Cure disease. That should be fun. That should be good. Dried is plus essence plus neutral utility. Minus damaging and minus curing. Interesting. Okay, so let's do... Drying it fucks up the poison a bit. It'll remove the cure disease entirely. Druid sense, however, will go up. And it also has Restore Essence 1. Ground is plus Essence, minus healing, minus curing. Plus essence, minus healing, minus carry. Yeah, let's keep Druid Sense, but we'll knock it down to 1. And then we'll do Fortify Essence, Tier 2. Distilled. Plus curing and plus damaging effects. Minus neutral utility effects, minus essence. Love doing this work, but it feels like ranking a large list of things, hard to keep track of stuff that stay balanced, at least for me. You're very right. You're right on point. It's both interesting and also just mind-numbing. Because I need to keep this consistency. And rough idea of, well, how prevalent is this ingredient in the world? How rare do we want these effects? And what tiers do we want these effects on? It's a lot of balancing work. That's what playtesting is for. Yeah, that's one good way to test your balance. Should boost the poison and boost the cure disease. That'll work. Alright, and then everything after this is 100% in our level. Yeah, absolutely all of it. So these ones were just ones that were originally made for a prototype for like our alchemy testing map, but I also included in our main map. The rest are not. As far as I know. However, you can receive some of these as rewards for commissions currently. Should be fine. We will fill it all out. I just want to fill out just what you can find in the map directly, and then once that I feel like that's balanced, because that'll be what you experience when you play test it and you don't cheat in ingredients, then I can start to add the other stuff and I don't have to really care too much. Alright, Azure Cascade Star. This is the blue one. It is Azure. Let's give it Concussive Blast and Resist Magic. That sounds like fun. Resist Magic 2, Concussive Blast 2. Concussive Blast, Immolation, Poison, and Chill will be the damaging effects that you can do when you throw potions. And each of them have their strengths and weaknesses against different types of creatures. and protections. Poison can bypass the bulwark shield, for instance. Concussive blast is really good at destroying it. But immolation is not very good against it. At least I think that was the design. Oh no, burning is strong against the magical shield provided by bulwark, but concussive blast is not strong against it. So you have to burn it off, or you have to bypass it with poison. Do we only want to put those two things on there? I guess those are the start, right? Alright, cutting boosts neutral utility effects, so resist magic goes up. Minus main stat effects. We'll say concussive blast stays the same. Grinding increases essence, but minuses healing and curing. Concussive blast. Lower that by 1. Kind of fucking up my balance here, though. Like, technically speaking, it shouldn't lower concussive blast. But we need some trade-offs. Alright, fermented increases damaging and non-neutral, but lowers healing and stamina. Let's put a non-neutral on there. We will do... Yeah, let's do calm. Dried is plus essence plus neutral. But minus damaging and minus curing. So let's say it gets rid of the concussive blast entirely. But then gives you 3 restore essence. That's a good state for the Azure Cascade Star for like magic users. Hooked is plus healing plus stamina is minus non-neutral utility. We don't have any of those. We don't have any of those on there. Yeah, that should work. It's fine. Casual game doesn't need to be super hardcore or super balanced. If there's some OP combos, I'm okay with that. Barrel cactus. Barrel cactus. Maybe night vision? Night vision could be kind of cool. Night vision and maybe some stamina. Let's go restore stamina 2, not 25. Night vision 2. And be 1 negative. We'll try to pull from 3 categories. Weakness, paralyzed friend. What do we not have much of yet? We don't have any fear. No, we do have. Hold on. Not counting these properly. Why is that? Why is that? Yeah, that's weird. Maybe the ranges aren't set up properly. It looks proper though. What is this? Two, 6, yes. Like there should be 4 occurrences. The whole thing's fucked up. It must be the named ranges. It's probably... There's 3 of these assholes. go. Yeah, the ones for the proto map are working correctly. The ones for this range are not. Alright, I can fix those. But it looks proper. That's so weird. Can I rename it? And then I'll just do a find and replace. Condensed effect tiers new. Okay, I'll just delete it, make a new one, I guess. Really odd. There we go. I don't know what was going on there. Okay, so we don't have any silence and we don't have any paralyze. I'll do a highlight here if it's equal to 0. We can see what we're missing. Well, now that's not right. We have one calm. Fuck it. All my named ranges are fucked up. Who cares? Alright, cut cactus boosts neutral utility, which would be the night vision, and minus his main stats. So restore stamina comes down. Night vision goes up. Silence should stay the same. Ground cactus would increase essence, but minus healing and curing. We'll change the restore stamina to fortify essence. Keep the night vision, keep the silence. Dried boosts essence and neutral utility, but minus is damaging and curing. That would be very similar to cutting it. Yeah, that should work. Cooking it boosts healing and stamina minus non-neutral utility. So that's like the silence. Silence would go. Restore stamina would go up. Night vision would remain the same. I won't put any healing on it though. Distilled boosts curing and damaging. Minus neutral. And essence. Yes, we can say that maybe it boosts distilling it will light cure poison. Night vision goes down. Restore stamina stays the same. Okay, that one looks good. Blood leaf. Blood leaf. Let's give it immolation. One. Invis 1. Cure disease 1. Bloodleaf is not super common in our game, but it's also not terribly difficult to find. And this is such a weird mix of effects that it is a good... It's a good enabler. Doesn't really do anything major, but it's a good enabler if you just need to add a simple effect. Alright, ground bloodleaf. Plus essence effects, minus healing, minus curing. So we'll turn the curing off, we'll give it restore essence, visibility and immolation stay. Drawing it as essence and neutral utility, minus damaging, minus curing. So immolation goes, cure disease goes, invisibility gets boosted. And essence does too. Distilled is plus curing and damaging, so immolation goes up. Invisibility poofs. Your disease goes. Here, take this cure disease potion. Also, you're going to be lit on fire the moment you drink it. So, what's worse, fantasy AIDS or combustion? Pick your poison here. Blue crystal. Blue crystal. Now, we have to doing a lot of like essence stuff, so we'll keep, because grinding increases essence and removes healing and curing. Let's say base blue crystal has a very good restore and fortify essence. So it's like base 2 and 2. Cure poison 1. Grinding it up is going to boost each of these by 1. But remove the cure poison. And so you know exactly where to go when you need essence. Get your crystals. Blue desert flowers. Yeah, why is this fucked up? It's weird. Count if ingredients affects. It's probably because I duplicated the names. I really shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I did. It's probably gonna not fix it though. Yeah, now it's just bitching. That's annoying. Yeah, I can remake that too. Ingredients. Ingredient effects 1. I found a problem with one or more formula references in this worksheet. No, you didn't. Shut up. Uh-oh. They found me, chat. BX. It's a weird reference. They're being so weird. Thank you. That wasn't too hard. Gradient effects 3. Gradient effects 4. There we go. Hey, anomalies. How's it going? It's going well. It is going well. Very boring day, but, you know. Can't win them all. Let's do Fortify Stamina. And Aether Light, maybe. Try to draw from a few different places. We have too many essence effects. We have way too many essence effects. Because it's like a lot of things you can dry and grind up, which boost their essence effects. Not a lot of things you can distill. It's definitely a smaller number. Yeah, we'll throw Paralyze on here too. Alright, grinding increases essence, minuses healing and curing. Let's see. Yeah, we already have 10 restore essences and 9 fortify essences. There is a disparity. Definitely a disparity. I have an oddball question, but I think you're wise to have a good opinion on these things. Uh-oh. Thinking I'm wise about anything is a pretty dangerous game. What do you think of streamers who view bot to boost their numbers? It's cheating. It's really scummy and cheating. Yeah, there's no excuse for it. Like, is that really the engagement you want to? You know, if you're not interesting enough to gather a large viewer base, then boosting your viewer numbers isn't going to help you in any way, really. And it's like you're not getting people who are chatting with you. It's really not doing much to help you at all. People come into your chat, they see that nobody's talking, and they just leave. It doesn't matter if you have 1,000 fake viewers. Extra life. I mean, thankfully, the embed problem was solved by Twitch. It's a dumb loophole that should never have existed. Grind boosts essence and neutral utility. Minus is damaging and curing. So it should boost Aether Light. Paralyze would stay the same. When you win, checked every viewers in the right side of the Twitch viewer panel and clicked on all 80 viewers' names, and only 12 of those were following. I mean, I think that there are people who will watch somebody for a while before deciding if they want to follow. You know, they carefully curate their follower list. I've done that with a lot of streamers before. I think I watched Dan's Gaming for half a year before I decided to sub to him. Although subbing, you know, is a bit different, right? It's like, okay, I enjoy watching this person. Do I want to give them money? I don't know yet. But there have been people that I just kind of find, I watch, and I'm like, okay, this was an interesting stream, but I don't think I'm going to watch them for a long period of time. The ratio of followers to followers was big to feel like, too big to feel like genuine. One day before 17 viewers, next day 90. I don't know. I mean, Twitch has that effect where if you have a lot of viewers, more people will click on you, right? So it's really hard to kind of burst through that ceiling, but once you do, it's easy to kind of stay up there. But I mean, and who knows? It's like sometimes you get a good raid, and you know, raids, you'll have a lot of people who stay and follow that train, but they don't follow because they're just kind of like, they have you on in the background. And so that you could end up with a lot of people watching because of a raid, but they might not be followers. Distilled plus curing and plus damaging, minus neutral utility effects, minus essence effects. I was lucky enough to get raided once by Deep Rock Galactic developers. That was pretty cool. Fortify stamina. Let's keep that at 1. Let's do chill at 1. Paralyze 1. I have so many. I have so many of these. Ugh. What are you working on? I'm redoing the effects on all of my ingredients to be the new effects that we want to have for the prototype. I did delete all the effects, all the flavors, and redo them from scratch. And it's just mind-numbing. It's like there's no skill to this. Really, well, there is a little bit, but just like fill in the blanks with things that sound like they work and make sure that you have them balanced out roughly. Making this game to be working with keyboard and controller. It will work with both keyboard and controller day one. Right now it only works with keyboard and mouse. We don't have controller support in the prototype. Vertical Slice, however, will have controller support. see, let's do Bulwark 1. And let's do slow 1. Yeah. Alright, cut. Boost neutral utility effects, but minus his main stats. So fortify health will come down 1. Bulwark up. Keep slow as it is. Ground boosts essence but lowers healing and curing. I'm not a fan of that. I'm really not a fan of, because of how common essence, or how common dried and ground are, we're really boosting essence a lot. An awful lot. More than I think is decent for the game. These are how I make the game work well in both. The main concern I have is how to make like the potion crafting feel good on controller. I think it'll just be a bit slower. Are the builds supposed to be different for keyboard and mouse versus controller? What do you mean? Like building of the game? Like different game files? No, you have switching of elements on the UI. So the most common thing to do now is if it detects the most recent input being from the keyboard, it will say, hey, are we on, or like, yeah, hey, are we on keyboard menu prompts? Oh no, we aren't. Okay, switch all the menu prompts to keyboard. Oh, was the most recent input from a controller? Let's switch to controller inputs. And then in UE5, you have input actions that can be set to read from all of them. I can show you. Give it a second to be pulled up. Fermented damaging effects and non-neutral utility effects. Minus healing, minus stamina. Okay, so health, let's say, goes. We can keep the bulwark, but we'll add a poison. And slow will be boosted too. So poison goes to 1, slow 2, bulwark 1. What about aim assist? Yeah, I think we'll aim assist for our game. Yeah, I think we will. You can turn it off though, of course. But for a casual to mid-core audience, yeah, I think it'd be very wise to have aim assist. Okay, plus curing, plus damaging. That's not distilled, that's dried. Hold on. D is dried. What the fuck is going on? What this? Yeah, for the popo. No, it's the popo, but they're turning their sirens off right here, so they're like, so somebody's in trouble with the popo pretty nearby. So yeah, when you have input actions in the game, like the alchemy click, or I'm sorry, not there. It is in the mapping context. You can set up multiple buttons that can be used to trigger like the alchemy click. So I could say, hey, also it should be gamepad base button bottom, which would be X on the PlayStation controller or A on the Xbox. So both of those will trigger the same action in the game. And then for UI, you just do the switch like I mentioned. So we detect what was the last input and say, hey, is this a keyboard? Is this a controller? Are we already on that UI set? If so, stay there. If not, change it. I feel like this is it. We found the dev. Man, I hope not. Minus damaging, minus curing for dried. Fortify health goes down to 1. Bulwark goes up. Yeah, but then this is the same as cutting it. We'd have to add an essence effect. It's not going to matter too much for the prototype, but I can definitely say right now, having both dried and ground increase essence effects is not the right way to do it. These two are way too common that they're kind of forcing me to put essence effects on things that just it's way too common. I already have 11 restore essence and 10 fortify essence. I don't even have 10 of anything else. It's too much. Won't matter for the prototype though. Alright, cooked increases healing effects and stamina effects, but lowers non-neutral utility. So slow goes poof. Fortify health goes up to 3. Bulwark can stay at 1. And we'll do a 1 for restore stamina. Now we'll do fortify, because we barely have any fortify stamina. Okay, that works. Speaking of fortify stamina, let's give Chantrelli. How do you pronounce that? Chantrelli mushroom pronunciation. Shown Terrell. No. Fuck that. Ain't no way. Chantro. No. "27 pronunciations. I want 1, please. I want to listen to that bullshit video. I mean, I know it's French. I need a French person to help me with this. If it's French, it would probably be Chantrell. Yeah, it would probably be Chantrell. Alright, back to work. No more language. Let's put a neutral utility effect on there. What do we not have? A lot of water breathing? Maybe. Warmth? Warmth could be good. Do warmth and night vision, maybe. I will admit, this is really mind-numbing and not that great for streaming content, but I am excited for when we can actually have these effects in the game doing something. Give them a purpose, you know? A plus neutral utility minus main stat. So fortify stamina, warmth goes down. Or warmth goes up, and night vision goes up. Ground boosts essence, of course. Minus healing, minus curing. Fermenting increases damaging and non-neutral utility. Minuses healing and stamina. Let's say we keep the warmth and night vision at tier 1. But damaging and non-neutral go up, so what do we not have a lot of? Weakness. Calm, chill, frenzy. Let's do weakness at 2 and chill at 1. Although it feels weird that this does warmth and chill. We'll get rid of the warmth. And we'll do chill at 2. Dried boosts essence and neutral utility. Minuses damage and curing. Pretty much similar to ground. Too much essence. Don't like. It was change like warmth or night vision to something else. Maybe what would be a good combo? Could do druid sense. And lastly is cooked. Plus healing, plus stamina, minus non-neutral utility. Fortify stamina goes up to 3. We'll boost warmth to 2 and take off the night vision. Okay, Dragon's Eye. There we go. All right, we'll use that to keep going. That'll give me a better idea of what we have that's pretty low. A lot of non-neutral and damaging effects are very low at the moment. We'll give Dragon's Eye a Restore Health 1. Strength boost. One. I'm gonna go with weakness, but weakness with strength boost would be kind of awkward. Okay, this is gonna make you really strong, but also really weak. Do Frenzy. Although Dragon's Eye kind of sounds like it should boost vision or something. Like you have the eye of a dragon. Yeah, fuck, maybe it gives Druid Sense as well. At 2. We'll do Frenzy at 2 as well. Okay, grinding it, of course, boosts Essence. Minus is healing and curing. Drawing it boosts essence and neutral utility effects. Minus is damaging and curing. I think I should change dried and ground. Let me think here. We have 2 pluses for damaging effects. 1 plus for curing. Two pluses for neutral. If I changed essence for non-neutral utility effects, though, that would make grinding and fermenting pretty similar. Although I don't mind it. I think that's what I'll do. I'll change grinding from plus essence effects to plus non-neutral utility. And then I'll quickly go back through everything that I have that was grinded up. And change the boost in essence to a boost in non-neutral utility. Change the toadstool ground to calm. Frenzy up. That works. It lowers the water breathing 2. Ground Lady Fern from lightness and restore essence. Change this to a non-neutral utility. Fear up, and we'll change the... Change this to strength boost. Poison Druid Sense. We'll say Paralyze. This magic Concussive Blast. Calm. Instead of Fortify Essence here, we'll go with... Silence would get boosted to 2. Keep this on Restore Stamina. Although that would end up being the same as... It would just end up being a better normal barrel cactus. Which I guess is okay. Immolation, invisibility. What are we low on? Weakness. True Nightmare. Those are Tuesday. It is Tuesday, right? Yeah, Tuesday. Let's do... We can do anything. We could do... Oh, we could do silence. That's kind of diabolical. Or a silence 2 on there? Dangerous. Paralyzed would boost up to 3. Wake up. Okay, slow would be boosted to 2. Change this back to bulwark. Works. Put in GD for my game's demo. Should I ever start work on it? Like quest information, status effects right now. I'm just trying to fill the doc at the moment. Start with some low-level stuff, though. I think like start with core pillars and gameplay loop or something. But you just jump straight into... I guess you're just trying to like document your ideas before you lose them or something. I get that. I forget a lot of shit. I have tons of game systems just written down on my phone. I don't even want to know. Yeah. I had a good idea I wrote down in here too. Distill or dilute potions to increase decrease flavor, but lower effect tiers by 1. Any tier that would hit 0, the effect is removed. Yeah, as a way to help control flavor. Interesting. Don't know how I feel about that. See the game in my head? I've always been that way. I can basically play the entire thing right now in my head. Well, that is the start for game design, that's for sure. You're in the ballpark. But now you have to write it down. My recommendation is get core pillars and gameplay loop first. Know what's most important and what your game's going to look like. We want to put a non-neutral utility effect on here. Yes. Let's go with weakness too. And writing, well, I've gotten better at it, still suck at it. Good practice too then. Alright, back to here. We can boost Frenzy to 3. And we'll just remove the strength boost entirely. We will remove the Druid Sense from the ground version. Ooh. There we go. Just remembered I had a dream the other night where I was Required to redo an old school writing assignment. Almost two friends make it to a tower, write a short story about it. Remember class that was something like, hey Jim, I'm gonna race to the tower over there, and that was basically the story. That is a weird dream. I don't remember my dreams. I don't know what it is. I'm kind of jealous of people who can remember their dreams, because it just poofs out of existence the moment I wake up. He was rewriting to be two friends lost in the woods looking for an old arcane tower. I don't even know how to... I can't even compare that. I don't even know what my dreams are these days. Probably something fucked up. Right, plus essence, plus neutral utility, minus curing. Well, now that we have fewer essence, we could change the restore health to a fortify essence. Strength boost goes up, because it is a neutral utility. Druid sense goes up to 3. Frenzy would technically stay the same. Distilled boosts curing and damaging effects. Minus neutral utility, minus essence. So we'll go restore health 1, strength boost disappears. Druid sense 1. Immolation 2. Frenzy 2. I feel like you need an auto tool. I disagree. This should all be hand balanced. As troublesome as it is, automating game design is dangerous. Elder Mist. No, I wouldn't automate this. What would you even automate? How would you know what effects to apply and at what tiers? I feel like the amount of time it would take to even potentially handwrite something that would be decent enough to start with, you would spend more time doing that than just writing it all by hand anyway. Do restore 3. Your system still changing the effects based on how you modify them? To some extent, but I am going through it and making some small tweaks by hand if I think that something is overpowered. And if something gets, needs to be added or removed, I need to figure out what I want to add there. And usually I do it based on what makes sense and what we're still kind of missing a lot of. Yeah, I don't know how this one would be automated. That handles main stat and neutral utility. Can I put a cure on it or something? A cure disease. That looks good. Cutting added +1 boost to all health, -1. Yeah, I mean, I get that. And that could be done. I mean, just what if I want a -2? What if I want to boost it by 2 instead? I think here doing it by hand is probably the better way, even if it is the more annoying way. Like sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and do a 3 to 5 day bit of balance work. Balance is never quick. It's never quick. It's never easy. You just gotta do it and complain the entire way. Okay, this will boost Aetherlight by 1, Essence -1. Cure Disease we keep. Grinding will remove the Cure Disease. We will replace it with Fear. Okay, that looks good. Plus the damaging effects for fermented. Plus non-neutral. Damaging effects. Let's do chill 2. Fear 1, Aetherlight 1, Store Essence 2. To make this more painful, you could have ingredients be mixable after they've been processed. Well, they are mixable after they've been processed. That's how the system works. Oh, you don't mean in the pot. What do you mean? You mean like further processing it after one process? Crush with crusher becomes crush train. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've had people recommend that, and I'm like, okay. You know, this is one of those things that sounds great on paper. But do the math here and realize that I would have to hand balance like 3,000 combinations. They're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. It would be great if the game was complex and if we just handled this via some system. So it would be very imbalanced. It would be really good for a sandbox where you just didn't give a shit like Noita, you know? Where I don't really care what people do with the combinations. If they want to find an OP combination, go for it. And that really works in like games that are like roguelike, right? Where you're meant to find some broken combinations that are really fun. Of like trinkets and modifiers. And I do like those games. I do like those a lot. Plus essence, plus neutral utility effects, minus damaging, minus curing. So let's say restore essence goes up to 4. Aetherlight to 3, cure disease is gone. And hey, it's strong, and it should be. Good discovery. You haven't actually played either. I really like roguelike games. And I think part of their fun is when they're just... In Noita, you can make such OP wands, because you can combine modifiers in any order that you want for the most part. They're so fucking good. Only roguelike I played is Spelunky. Spelunky's a good one. If you had to choose one, Spelunky is a good one to play. I think Hades, though. Hades would probably be one of the few 10 out of 10 roguelike games that I've ever played. It's so good. Also, Tiny Glade is available, which I've been following the development of for a very, very long time. What a great little tool this person developed. I feel like this tool could be really, really awesome for a variety of scenarios. Yeah, for mapping for sure, I 100% agree. I wish you could export the map in some way. It's probably the most requested feature if I had to guess. This would be great for a casual city builder game too. Best tools are left behind a game, which really sucks, yeah. I'm watching this closely just because it's just a sandbox, right? There's no goal to this. And I'm curious to see how many people buy this and what its reception is like. Dreams, yeah, Dreams was great. Dreams was a really cool game. The problem is, I think Dreams... I think if Dreams had been on PC, it would have been better. You believe there are only about 30% of people leave reviews? I would think it's even less than that, to be honest. I strongly don't believe that only 30% of people leave reviews, but it depends on the game. I mean, I'm sure there's an average to be had here. Let's just find any game. Frostpunk. Although I don't know if that will give us accurate owner estimations yet. Let's get something that's been out for a little bit while longer. Last Epoch could work. You know, there are some people I could talk to that probably have really good estimations. Let's say this has 2 million as an average. I mean, you have 88,000 reviews here. That's definitely not 30%. Oops, that's one too many. We'll round it up. Yeah, 30%. Totally. Not even 5%. So yeah, I don't believe that if it's 30% of people leave reviews. And I bet you a lot of people only leave reviews during Steam sales where they will get cards and stickers if they leave reviews. I think if the game is just decent, somebody's not likely to leave a review. If they really love it, they might leave a positive review. If they really hate it, they are very likely to leave a review. So I don't know where he's pulling the 30% from, but I don't think there's any game with 30% reviews. Maybe some indie games, maybe, where the number of people who are super invested into it leave a review because they want to support the person or something. 30% of leave reviews, it has 1.3 thousand. That would mean that it sold about 44,000 copies. Which game? Oh, Tiny Glade? Nah, more people than that. Yeah, assuming 30%, no, it's... I think 5%. I think 5%, maximum 10%. I doubt that there's any game that has over 10% reviews, that it has sold more than, let's say, 10,000 copies. Because I want to discount some of the outliers. Even a game like Terraria, I mean, Terraria sold like a shit ton, and it has over 1 million reviews, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it just recently passed over 1 million total reviews. And I bet this has over 10 million copies. So this has over 15 million copies, I think. I mean, it's yeah, it's absolutely wild. So even then, or like Baldur's Gate 3, you know, people love Baldur's Gate 3. They love those characters and the writing for some reason. You know, we're looking at 600,000 reviews. I think people would leave a positive review for this just because of how much it blew up. And only 600,000 for a game that definitely sold over 10 million copies on Steam. Yeah, Steam used to have more accurate numbers, and they kind of hid that now. But you can talk to... I think publishers would have a more accurate number of sales versus reviews. I don't know where the hell Thor is getting that 30% number, but it's not even close to accurate. Yeah, they do want the numbers. Alright, Flamey Fin Starfish. Well, I mean, come on. Flame Fin Starfish. Warmth. Immolation. Only released one Steam game, actually two, but the second game is in early access. Hasn't that game been in early access for a long time? I don't know. Well, like I said, I think that an indie developer who is live streaming on Twitch probably has inflated numbers in some of these cases because he can quickly rally his fan base to go leave reviews very, very easily. And so yeah, for him, probably having over 10-50% reviews is very, very likely, but that's not the average. And I think that has a very that gives the wrong impression of metrics. 2-2. There have been a lot of crazy gaming hot takes recently. I saw people like surprised that Concord cost $400 million to develop. I don't know, 200 people just in the development studio alone over the course of 8 years. Bellevue, Washington. Yeah, that's a lot of money. Technically, it might also have high reviews because it has had a demo and active fan base. Yeah, I mean, it's had good marketing. The person developing it, like I've been following them for a long time on Twitter, and they've been posting updates. It's been great to see the development of that. I remember it started as he was just dragging a spline to make a fence, and it looked really nice. I don't 400 million to me for a AAA game, that's not shocking to me anymore. Like, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, Cyberpunk cost, what was it, like 500, 600 million? Red Dead 2 cost, I think, like 250, 300 million. But Cyberpunk had a lot of spending on marketing. 436 million. It's actually wild how poor of a release Cyberpunk 2077 had for its budget compared to Red Dead Redemption 2, which cost less money and was like 5 times more expansive and immersive than Cyberpunk was. Especially if you think it's like Cyberpunk was Polish developers. That's crazy how much money they were spending on it. Don't only expect to spend 250 million to make Spider-Man 3. Yeah, and I think that sounds pretty fair. The thing is, like, Spider-Man 3 is not going to take 8 years to develop. Like, Concord took 8 years to develop. So when you say to me, West Coast US, 200 plus people in development, not including outsourcing, 8 years to develop, I mean, we can even do the math. I think that the cost of each employee on the West Coast is about 100,000. Once you factor in expenses that the business has to pay, not saying take-home salary. 100,000, 200 people, 8 years, not including outsourcing or marketing. And that's not including business expenses either for like, tech and software licenses, the renting the offices. You probably have another 20, 30 grand on top of that. The project really surprised me with the shoddy launch of Cyberpunk. Knowing what I know about CD Projekt Red and all the stories I've heard from people who work there, I'm not surprised. Witcher 3 was the anomaly, not the standard. Cyberpunk was what Witcher 3 probably should have been if it wasn't a miracle that it released in a decent state. Makes England look like an actual ripoff. Most mids are only 30,000. That's why everybody wants to work in the US. Neutral utility plus minus healing and curing. So fortify health goes down. Warmth goes up. Girlfriend won't let you move to the US? Why is that? Well, the thing is, don't move to a big city. Don't move to a big city in the US, you'll be fine. God forbid. Very family-oriented? It makes sense. That's fair. I can't bash that. At the end of the day, when your career is done, and you're looking at what your life was worth, there aren't a lot of things that matter more than the people you have around you. Keep the immolation, we'll do Frenzy 1. Hate cities, hate them here, London sucks. Yeah, I fucking, I can't deal with the cities. I want some land that I can work on when not making games, build a home. Well, the US is your best friend then, with the price of land. I think the site Numbeo, you can compare the cost of living, and that will include the purchasing power. There's price. I think it's quality of life. Yeah, and that shows purchasing power index. Property price to income ratio, high. Yeah, you don't want that high, you want that low. So if we pick, I don't know, like, I don't know, let's just fucking pick fucking Colorado. Yeah, property price to income ratio. That's what you want. That's the dream right there. And Boulder's not that bad to live in, is it? Cost of living is high, but there's some pretty good stuff here. I didn't think Boulder was that good, but Jesus Christ. Oh, shout out to Boulder, I guess. Most of our country's now owned by Qatar. I mean, I'm in Poland. It's not any better, right? If I compare London to Poland, of course, you know, some things might be a little bit better, but I guarantee you property price to income ratio and purchasing power isn't that going to be that much better. Yeah. In fact, that even says worse. It's like, how much do you think people make in Katowice, Poland compared to London? And for the property price to income ratio only be half as much? I don't know. Worse pollution. Oof. Better safety though. Poland is pretty safe. In the mindset, other countries should never be allowed to own something in your country. I can't deny that. I think it's kind of messed up too. Need to get married and have kids soon. Okay, bang somebody who is uglier than you. Get her pregnant, and she'll be very likely to say yes. Don't clip that. That's everyone. Worst pollution, but London mayor tries to tell us China is the gold standard. Alright, fermented plus damaging effects plus non-neutral utility. Minus healing, minus stamina. Let's say the healing goes. We'll keep warmth. Immolation poofs up to 3. Frenzy. We'll bring on there 2. Most politicians are fucking stupid. They try to gaslight you. All they want is your vote and or your money. That's me being cynical. We need 34-year-old men and not these weirdos. I pretty much always vote for outsiders. Which basically means everybody that I vote for has never won any election. It is what it is. At least I don't regret my votes. Do fortify essence. Warmth will get boosted. God damn it, you clipped it. What a reform. I don't know what UK politics are like. I just know we both have essentially two parties, right? We're both stuck in this, between US and UK, we're both stuck in this two-party nonsense. Where if you don't vote with us, then you're against us. And so nobody gets along, nothing ever really gets accomplished, and people keep getting worse and worse. Correct me where I'm wrong. It's plus healing, plus stamina, minus non-neutral. Well, that'll boost health up to 3. Use the first past the post bullshit, which has led to 2 parties, but Reform is the 3rd party actually striking this time, getting about 11% vote share to come 3rd place, in 5th place, and seats due to 1st. That's right, because you have seats. Yeah. It's similar to like U.S. Congress. You know, and I like the checks and balances in the U.S. system. I really do. I would rather nothing get done than bad things get done. I just don't like that our president has the power to override that with executive actions that shouldn't exist. I think those are unconstitutional. It was a system built on compromise, and if you can't compromise, then nothing gets passed, and nobody wins. That's how it was supposed to be. The US president. Which is my president. Right now is Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe. Either gonna be corrupt Kamala or Donald Trump again. Oh boy, I'm excited. Now, U.S. president has the final say. It's just, you also have these executive actions that a judge could strike down, but it's overriding. The U.S. president does not make laws. He shouldn't be able to have the abilities to make laws. But he does. Because of some bullshit loopholes that we made. Hoping for Trump. The only thing that I like about Trump is that he has great memes. He's a meme president. And he's what the US deserves. Serene really likes Kamala. Alright, Flame Grass should do what? Let's do Restore Stamina, Lightness, and Immolation. Mr. Trump, and as long as he can do his policies, but the thing is, do any politicians actually do their And the thing is, you shouldn't be listening to a politician or a president on their policies because they aren't the ones that write the laws. That's Congress. But nobody gives a fuck who gets voted into Congress for some reason. And it's all a bunch of political hacks and ideologues who want their spot in the fame so that one day they can run for president. So that they have power that they shouldn't have. I think if you vote for any major party, you're just feeding into the bullshit. Hot take. Policies can be removed. Policies can be removed. But the U.S. president should not have the power to write policies. That's not the point of the U.S. president. Now, non-neutral utility effects. We don't have any non-neutral. Minus healing, minus curing. We could add one, though. We could add calm. At tier 2. Help that Orange Man has buddies he put in the Supreme Court, but every single president has buddies they put in the Supreme. Every single president wants to stack people in the Supreme Court. Why? So that they can write laws through executive action and not have them overturned by the Supreme Court. Every single one has. That's what the movement to expand the Supreme Court is. The Democrats want to expand the Supreme Court so they can put people on there that will vote in favor of them. It's the same thing. Everybody's playing the same game. They want power, they want money. They all want it. Orange Man wants it. Can we call her Black Woman? I don't think so. I think that'll get me in trouble. Kamala wants it. Joe Biden wants it. They all do it. There is no good politician. They will not give you free education. They won't give you free healthcare. They won't bring down the price of drugs. They're not going to fix insurance bullshit. They're not going to do anything that threatens their votes and the amount of power and money that they're going to get. They'll brainwash young people because young people have votes and they're easy to brainwash because they don't really understand too much about the world. They will gladly bring people over the border if it means getting votes for them. That's how it works. And one side will want to stop people coming over the border because that's votes for the other person. I think Bernie, I didn't really like his policies, but he was an outsider. That's why he got fucked over by the DNC. And I hate that. I'm really tired. All the outsiders, all the people that are somewhat anti-establishment get fucked over. Every single one. Bernie had it. He got fucked over. You had Tulsi Gabbard got fucked over. Because they don't toe the line. They don't uphold not quid pro quo, they don't uphold the existing structure. Thinking of some word, couldn't think of it. But you don't have to like Bernie to know that he got screwed over by the DNC, and that's proven in the email leaks that they were conspiring against Bernie, Hillary, and the DNC. And they don't give these people screen time on the media because the media is all bought out by one party or another. Essence and neutral utility. We could switch this to essence. Neutral utility would be the lightness. It's called the deep state. Yes, I don't believe the deep state is a conspiracy theory at this point. I just don't believe it. The older I get, the less I believe that it's a conspiracy. I think that there are very powerful, very wealthy people that, and not all very wealthy or very powerful people, but most of them probably want to uphold the status quo. And it doesn't matter who's in office. It's all a charade. It's all a brilliant facade. You're meant to be emotional because you being emotional means you will vote, you will share, you will give power to, and spend money on supporting the same thing that's always existed. Doesn't matter who's in office. Clown World was planned, duck's been found, labeled Clown World this year. I don't know about that. All I know is it doesn't matter who gets voted into office. The same shit's gonna happen. Trump isn't gonna be your savior. Kamala isn't gonna be your savior. They're not going to. The only reason they would ever promise to do things for you is because you will vote for them. Minus damaging effects for dried, which means immolation goes poof. Or we can just -1. Yeah, that works. We don't have a lot of tier 3 or tier 4 effects. Not that we need to, but... And I'll give you a good example. Imagine if tomorrow drinking chocolate milk was a display of support for babies with cancer. Imagine that. The politicians, before you could even breathe, would have some video or statement supporting chocolate milk. And they would both be visiting hospitals with kids with cancer. Because that's all that matters. They don't care about those kids. They don't care about chocolate milk. They don't care about you. They only care about your votes. Kamala. I like that. I don't... If you ever wonder why are the two best people we've chosen for this job of insert current year Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, it's because it never really mattered in the first place. Plus curing effects plus damaging. Yeah, what curing effect do we not have a lot of right now? Yeah, we can do cure poison. Minus essence, minus neutral utility. Okay, so resource stamina stays. Lightness is gone. Immolation goes up to 3. And hot take, Trump is not nearly as entertaining as he was in 2016. 2016 Trump versus Hillary was really sad as a nation, but it was really funny to see for entertainment purposes. Because they were both just about the most horrible people you could ever have. Watching them take pot shots at each other on a debate stage. You know, there's something to that. But now it's old. You know, it's old news. Every president will engage in wars because retaining power around the world is how we have access to resources and can intimidate our foes. And I promise you, if the US isn't someplace having its power, Russia or China will be in that place having its power. You're going to have to pick. What do you want? Cure Poison 2? Yeah, Cure Poison 2 is fine. I don't know, I kind of agree. Out of all the evils, I don't know, the US is... Look, I'm in Poland, okay? If you want to ask anybody what it's like to be neighbors with Russia, ask the people who have been neighbors with Russia throughout history. And it ain't good. In China, ask Taiwan. Ask the citizens who had COVID. Nukes are an interesting thing. Mutually assured destruction is both the scariest and safest thing in the world. All the deals that presidents have had, there's always some weird like deal with the Middle East where we've given them a shit ton of money and just let them do what they want, or some like deal with, you know, some Central American cartel and selling them guns or something. I don't know. There's really weird shit. Once you dig deep, you realize just how scummy all the politicians have been. At least for the past few decades, at the very least. Alright, Flowering Bush. We don't have a lot with invisibility or water breathing, but we will have some more things to put water breathing on. Concussive Blast we don't have much of either, and we should try to have some of these damaging effects. We have more than enough Immolation. I think we're pretty low on Poison and Concussive Blast. But Poison we can put on mushrooms. So let's do Concussive Blast. Weakness, Restore Health. So we'll do Restore Health 1. Concussive Blast and Weakness. Which effects should be rarer? I don't know. I think there's... The effect rarity is more tied to the ingredient rarity. Yeah, they'll do anything to line their pockets, yeah. Yep. If you ask yourself, you know, something like, is the uncontrolled flow of migrants over the southern border good for the people in that area? Probably not. So why is it allowed to happen? It's because they'll vote. Why aren't we fixing the immigration process, which is very convoluted and takes way too long? Well, it's because that takes a lot more work and doesn't immediately result in votes for an election cycle. You know, it's like, why do they promise free college education to kids, even though it has no way of getting past the Supreme Court because it is not constitutional. And it wouldn't cost, we wouldn't be able to afford the cost for a country that's already massively in debt. Well, it's because they can promise it to kids who don't know where that money needs to come from and why we can't do it. And so they vote. They vote for the people who give them free stuff. It happens here in Poland too. All the politicians do is they promise free things to like parents or whatever. It never gets delivered upon, but it gets them the votes. And that happens all around the world. They want to lower the voting age. Why? Because younger kids don't understand the world enough, and so they promise all that shit for the kids who don't understand. And here it says you're pro-building a wall. We should fix the immigration process. If somebody wants to move into a country, has documentation of who they are, and wants to pay taxes and work, that should be all. It should be a very clean process. Okay, you're processed in the system. Here's your tax ID. Feel free to work. Here's your social security number. Why can't we just do that? Flowering bushes are really common, so we won't do anything that's too crazy high tier. I don't know how the Australian system works. I know that in Europe it's no better. It's the same bullshit as in the US. If you're not an EU citizen, fuck you. And in the US, if you're not a Canadian citizen, fuck you. You're basically, you have no chance of getting in anytime soon unless you get married. And getting in is easier than being able to work. Which is like, okay, well, shouldn't you make it easy to work, harder to become a citizen? You know, I understand that, you know, I need time to build a profile in this country before I'm allowed to vote. That's fair. But I want to work and pay taxes, that way I can live here. It's point-based, you meet standards. Yeah, I mean, entering illegally into any country is stupid, and I don't understand why the US is supposed to be something different when every other country in the world, if you enter it illegally, you will get thrown out. I don't know why the US is supposed to be the one that's so generous when its own citizens are on the streets, homeless, and dying of fentanyl. Can we solve some problems domestically before we start to import others? Is that such a hot take? Healing, non-neutral utility. So weakness would go up, curing effects would go down, so Concussive Blast would stay. Weakness goes up to 2. Pretty good. Simple Concussive Blast and a weakness effect. Dried is boosted to essence, boosted to neutral utility. Minus damaging, minus curing. So we'll keep Restore Health, Restore Essence. Yes, we're gonna work a minimum wage job. Well, minimum wage is now way too small. Take them from our youth. Actually, you know, we're working a job that makes sense for you to come here. Does your own country not need that job? I mean, I can also agree with the idea of why are you moving to a country instead of fixing your own? I can get that, but I can also understand, well, you know, one person doesn't have a lot of power on that. There's arguments on both sides of that. I think that if you make it easy for immigrants and migrants to work and start businesses in that country, then they won't be taking jobs of people who need it, they will be creating jobs. Like in the US, you have a lot of Mexicans who start Mexican restaurants because it's food they know, and US people love Mexican food, and it works. But, you know, it's difficult enough to move legally and difficult enough to start a business that is not the, you know, that's not what's commonly happening. Hey Satya, I beat Kingdom Come Deliverance. I beat it. The finale's up on YouTube. We keep taking doctors from Africa, a country we know has a very low amount of doctors for its people. Aren't the African people just going to suffer? Well, Africa has its own problems. I mean, South Africa, you have pretty much a genocide of white people, which is wild to think that is existing. Minus curing, minus damaging. And we'll add a simple neutral effect. What are we missing? Maybe a tier 1 lightness. Can't be mean to white people. You can be racist to anybody. I know some people are not going to like that, but anyone can be racist. There's no such thing as power structures that allow you to be a racist. That's just racism. If you see somebody as lesser because of their heritage or their culture, their skin color, that is just simply racist. And there's no buts about that. You don't get to be mean to people just because of their skin color. Yep. Everybody, and there's hatred all around the world. Every single country you'll visit, it will exist because people exist. And people are inherently tribal. And we you know, one person has a bad interaction with somebody from a certain race, and they think everybody from that race is like that now. And or you have it out of, you know, centuries long problems, like in the Middle East, for instance, in Europe. You know, it's religious there, and now they are racist because of this old religious debate where a lot of people got killed. It's the only solution is just to realize that everybody's an individual. Great example of that's in Baldur's Gate with a deep gnome. Yeah, what was his name again? Something with a B. I think it was with a B. I don't remember. Foxtail cactus. I thought we had a cactus. Oh wait, that was barrel cactus. Foxtail cactus. Won't like you the first time you save him, the second time he warms up. But I don't think it was because of... It was Barkus. His name was Barkus, wasn't it? But was it because of racism? Does he just not like people who aren't deep gnomes? I think it was Barkus or something. Oh, really? I don't know if I talked to him about that. I basically just told him, like, bro, come on. Like, I don't have time for your shit. Can you just, like, not be rude? Let's not be douchebags. I think it's important to have racist characters in, like, fantasy games, and not to color it as they are evil for being racist, but more to examine what has led them to that. You know, and sometimes there are legitimate reasons for somebody to be worried about something like that, but that they're not giving the situation 100% nuance. Yeah, I think there's connections to reality. Yeah, it's like people are racist. It's just what it is. People are still sexist. CD Projekt Red here in Poland has a mentorship program that is just for women. It's like, well, young men in game dev need mentorship too. I don't really understand why we're limiting this. You're planning to make a character, and your interactions with NPCs are limited by the character you make. Well, for Cauldron Chronicles, you know, we're gonna have characters that are probably a bit racist or evil or think, you know, things that aren't something that most people in this day and age think. But you just talk to them about it. Maybe you'll change their mind. Maybe not. Maybe you just won't like them. You'll get them killed. That's up to you. Maybe you do like them and you want to support them because of that reason. That's up to you. Not every NPC will be into women or men or blondes. Yeah, you know, I'm not a really big fan of the, what was it, main character sexual trend in games. I get it. But I kind of preferred back in the day when you met a character that was like just gay or just straight. I was like, yeah, but this character's not into me. That's that character. They get to choose who they want to be with. I get to choose who I want to be with. Used to be a thing, yeah. I mean, that was like old BioWare games had that. BioWare, Dragon Age romance options. Dragon Age Origins, Alistair, female only, Liliana, male and female, Morgan, male only, Zevran, male and female. Inquisition had that too. Blackwall, female only, Cassandra, male only. Colon, female human and elf only. He's got his preferences. And I didn't really like the... You can just tell when you have to write dialogue that is generic. And in Baldur's Gate 3, because it's main character sexual, and apparently it's a game for gooners, all the characters hit on you within like the first 5 hours of the game. And they like you no matter who you are. It doesn't matter your personality, it doesn't matter if you're evil. They just like you. And it makes them feel so bland. And like they have no preferences. Like there's nothing to win over here. There's nothing to convince them of. It's, yeah, I like you, you like me, okay, let's bang, game over. It was really, really annoying. Girlfriend Zangic says I will sleep with any of the 6 characters in the Tiefling party when she couldn't get anyone. Yes. Also, the game with co-op is pretty broken. In fact, the game is more stable by far in single player. I think the co-op system in Baldur's Gate 3 is pretty bad. You'll miss a lot of dialogues. If one person plays good or one person plays evil, it's really messed up and the game doesn't know how to react sometimes. And yeah, I also had the problem with my girlfriend with the party, and then she was never able to romance the person she wanted to romance because they didn't approach her during that party. Okay, plus neutral utility minus main stat. Neutral utility would be resist magic, so that goes up. Concussive stays at 1. Played 4 players till Act 2, and that game has ended. We were playing 2-player co-op, and there's so much story I completely missed when we played as 4. If you ever play solo, there will be even more things that you missed. I hate the dialogue system, too. I mean, you sound like somebody who's played D&D, right, True Nightmare? I mean, obviously, yes, because you showed it to me. I don't like that you can't tap in companions. Like, I don't know what class you and your girlfriend are playing, but if one of you is playing like a paladin or something, right, and you're really good at intimidating, you can't, if she initiates a dialogue, you can't say, hold on, I'll intimidate this guy. Your character just stands back there like, oh yeah, good luck intimidating. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay here. Have fun. And here's something. I actually prototyped a better dialogue system in 2 days in Unreal, where you could tag in other party members. About the interrupt system, I think every dialogue game should have it. It just would make so much more sense. Like you could just say, it would feel like a true D&D table then, because you have each character actually contributing to the dialogue that's going on with a character, with like the DM. It's like, well, this is my mage over here. I mean, if you're talking about magic, I'll just let him talk for a while. But no, in Baldur's Gate 3, you have to exit out and hope that you haven't gotten far enough in the dialogue that you can't, or that you can still exit out without it fucking something up. Or if you need to make a magic roll for inspecting some magic thing, you can't just pass it over to your mage and say, hey, you've got the arcane, go give it a look. It's really fucking weird. Ground, non-neutral utility effects minus healing, minus curing. Well, we don't have any minus healing or curing, but I can put a non-neutral utility effect on here. We could go resist magic 1, concussive blast 1. Paralyze 1 maybe. Yeah, that'll work. Hey, Lazy Fangs. Greetings, Mr. X. That's me. That's me. Talk about Baldur's Gate 3. I know, we've never talked about it on this channel before, right? Like, the companions actually do involve themselves with dialogue sometimes, but it's not the same. No, but it's more like Mass Effect levels of involving themselves, which worked for Mass Effect because you were Commander Shepard. It wasn't, you weren't expecting a D&D-like experience. And, you know, it worked there. It was fine. They would speak up. They would voice their dissent, but say, you know, you're the commander. It's up to you. Yeah, like I said, I prototyped. I don't know if I still have the project, but I prototyped a dialogue system that allowed you to trade in companions for checks and for dialogue options. So if you knew that you needed to intimidate, you could pull in your paladin or something. It's pretty easy to do. Okay, dried boosts essence effects and neutral utility. Minus damaging, minus curing. So we would keep the resist. Magic. Concussive blast goes poof. I'll put in a fortify essence. I'll just see, and I'm planning on making my game multiplayers now, but it would be something interesting to see. Yeah, I don't know if I still have it. I could remake it though. It would be kind of a fun little challenge. And then I'll share it on the Baldur's Gate Reddit and get downvoted to hell because I dared to say that their game wasn't that great. The gameplay was good. The story was... And dialogue system, especially in multiplayer. Ew. Mapping tools for... Yeah, I saw mapping tools are out. They were kind of hacked in. Foxtail cactus cooked. Plus healing, plus stamina, minus non-neutral. Let's do Fortify Health Tier 1. Yeah, we'll do Fortify Health and Concussive Blast. Oxtail Cactus Distilled. Plus curing, plus damaging. We'll do a tier 1 cure poison. Along with Concussive Blast. Tier 2. Need more tier 2 effects and tier 3s. I mean, we have up to tier 5. It's just a prototype. Like, I don't really care if we go into tier 4 or 5 too much. We're only gonna have 3 NPCs, and you know, we can just write them in a way that they're considered beginner, so we don't have to get too crazy with them. It's more there because sometimes we could you know, make 1 or 2 ingredients that go up that high just for the sake of showing you that they can get up higher. Stopping a voice. Well, first we need to get some things made before we start adding in NPC 2 and 3. And then we have to write NPC 2 and 3. And then we can start adding voices. We're pretty long ways away from that. It's a big game, Cauldron Chronicles. It's a big game for one person. It's a pretty standard sized game for a team of 15, 20 people. Problem is I don't have 15 to 20 people. Rare fish time. Let's go. Fish boost. I'm going to do some fishing too. Okay, so we have health, invisibility. Let's try to get a negative on here. Maybe fear too. Triggerfish. Okay, I'll take a triggerfish. That's fair. Ground is plus non-neutral, minus healing, minus curing. So restore health comes down 1. Invisibility stays at 2 and fear goes up to 3. Good fish, good fish. Dried is plus essence plus neutral utility, so invisibility would go up. Minus damaging, minus curing. What does gold do? It's just, yeah, it's just score. So it's a pretty simple little game. Distilled. I mean, I could always do like a giveaway every month to the person who has the highest score. I don't have the most money though, so I don't know. Could always do like a humble bundle or something. Really wish I had an income. I really wish I had an income. I don't know. Curing and damaging go up. Neutral utility goes down. And essence goes down. I don't have damaging. We could put damaging on here. Neutral. Invisibility could poof off. Let's keep restore health at 2. We'll do chill tier 2. Are my panels working, by the way, above the chat box? I had to turn those off for that interview, and I turned them back on, but I don't know if they're still working. Uh-oh. If you're saying panels question mark, I don't know if it's still working. It pops up above the chat box and says like our YouTube and our Twitter. Are they not working? Don't think you've ever seen them. Let me see if I can fix them. They should be on. I don't know. I'm gonna check. All right. Sorry, I need to pull that up. Info panels timer. It is on. I can try playing it. I manually triggered it. See it now, but I have never seen that before. Oh, wonderful. I mean, at least it's still working. Yeah, it's like once every 20... It's every 5 minutes and every 20 minimum messages is the timer, is what it's set at. And both of them must be true. It is turned on, so... I don't know. We'll see. Alright, green desert flower. Or did we finish up with ghostweed distilled? Curing effects. We should put a cure on there. Out of your Windows update. Just so you know, Microsoft, every time you tell me to update Windows, I will put it off for a day. Balls in your court. Alright, green desert flower. We still need more water breathing, but I think we can put water breathing on some of the stuff that you find inside the water. Siren's Reef Seed, the Sunburst Star, Shell. We'll make up for it there. It's trying to be obsolete at like mid-2025. Well, here's the thing, I cannot actually upgrade Windows. On this computer. Because I do not meet the minimum system requirements to run Windows 11. GG. They install Linux. Have fun. Have fun with Linux. Green desert flower. I'll put invisibility tier 1 on this. Fortify health tier 2. Invisibility 1. And we'll do poison tier 2. We don't have a lot of poison. So it fortifies your health, but it also poisons you. Don't eat that. I don't like Linux. There's basically no software support for it. It's great for running servers, Discord bots, things like that. Anything beyond that is just a pain. Something you could do in 10 times faster on Windows. It's like if I'm running a Windows VM, why don't I just run Windows? Yeah, it's great for stability, yeah. I have a, I have Linux running over here for my Discord bot. Great. Can't complain. I have Pi-hole running on one at home. Which is this. This was really easy to set up. Fantastic. Don't like ads? Fuck them on your entire network. Alright, ground boosts non-neutral utility effects, minus healing, minus curing, so fortify health goes down. Visibility. Poison, and we'll do frenzy tier 1. Pies are always out of stock, they are. Raspberry Pi is a great little device. I love Raspberry Pis. I have to undo my Raspberry Pi and use it again. Maybe I should put some bots on that. Yeah, you should. Run Pi-hole too. You can have, if you can set up, you can change your DNS on your phones then, and so you can route all of your local devices through Pi-hole for DNS, and block ads on your phone and stuff too, and mobile devices. Fantastic. Okay, dried is plus essence and plus neutral utility, so invisibility goes up to tier 2. Minus damaging and minus curing though, so poison goes down to 1. And we'll keep fortify health at 2. No, I mean, finishing the spreadsheet. There's certain things like this that are faster to do on my own, yes, but streaming is better long term. Needs distractions, that's true. Plus curing, plus damaging. Plus curing, plus damaging. Minus neutral utility, minus essence. Okay, fortify health 2, invisibility poofs. Poison goes up to 3. Cure disease 1. You're going to cure your AIDS, and then you're going to die of poison. Oops. Yeah, the distractions to do mundane tasks is nice. Color code the text. Not like a color code, I could just do conditional formatting. But you'd also end up with just like this rainbow of colors that probably would be harder to see at a certain point. Well, this is fantasy AIDS. You may not have AIDS in real life, but you'll have AIDS in my game. Pivot table? Fuck pivot tables. What do I need pivot tables for? This is lamb's ear. But this isn't a complex data set. I'm just choosing ingredient effects. A drop down is perfectly fine. Aether light. We don't have a, well, we have a little bit of aether light. Could do fortify stamina. Yeah, we'll do fortify stamina. Aether light. And lightness. Two and one. There's a lot of Excel functions like that that are, they're really for like niche uses. And in a lot of cases you can get by with just having raw numbers. Depends on how good you are at looking at raw numbers, I guess. Experienced systems designer. I don't need to do anything too crazy. Even for data-driven games. But for like financial stuff maybe, yeah, that's where I could see a lot of uses for stuff like that. Can someone explain why playing engineering games I can logic gate code in-game, but this is straight wizardry? Essentially, you made parameters declaring different instances that occur, correct? Yeah, so I've made, like, these are effects in the game, and at least in Excel, I set up for a drop-down menu to pull from this list. And then I can use that list here. Although a fellow fan of engineering games, I like. But you're a big Zachtronics fan? Me too. Hey, Black Arrow. Guess we got timed out for saying, "May the Lord forgive you." What you just said. Really? You got timed out? Where? In relation to what? What was said by the streamer? Or by somebody else in chat? Cut plus neutral utility effects minus main stat. Okay, so fortify stamina goes down. Aether light goes up and lightness goes up. Hello Cosmics? Redstone makes you happy? Redstone makes me happy too. I made working digital clocks in Minecraft as a kid. That was fun. That took a lot of time. Like working digital clocks with displays. Back in the early days. Plus non-neutral, minus healing, minus curing. We don't have healing or curing on this. Minus non-neutral utility. Look for yourself? Where? I also made auto sorting chests and an auto brewing for potions. I love shit like that. Like Stormworks and Hydroneer, nice. When I go into Unreal or Notepad plus Dakota, just sit watching the cursor blink. Do you think you're a better visual programmer, Lima, or do you think that you prefer blueprints? Wait. Are you a better visual programmer with blueprints, or are you better with writing direct code? Like if you actually just learn C++ or something. Non-neutral utility. Stretch? Okay, I'll stretch. Yeah, I love Redstone. I haven't played Minecraft in a long time though. Minecraft kind of lost its charm for me after.
Mr. President, wake up.
After like 1.7.10, 1.12.2, those are my beautiful best versions of Minecraft that I played. I don't think I can ever go back. Paralyze, weakness. Like, who's gonna grind down Lamb's Ear if it just fucks with your fortifies? Like, this is clearly supposed to be a good... I don't know, we'll do it. You know, you can learn that it's maybe not the greatest one to use. The paralyzed one on there. If I'm a visual person, I have to write out how to spell rhetorical. If someone asks me, I just can't just say this and how to spell that word. So I'm about to try to develop a passion project game of mine using Unreal's chart map. So using blueprints. Yeah, that sounds great. I think blueprints are great for you. We use blueprints a lot on this stream. Pretty much all my games development is in blueprints. So if you're looking to get into them, we are definitely the right people to be watching. And it is coding, yeah. Don't let people tell you that it isn't coding. Thank you for the follow. We will be jumping back into blueprints very soon. I just have to overhaul these ingredients so that our combat designer and a programmer can push forward with the potion combat. Get out of here, blue dick boy. Damn, caught a rare fish too right off the bat. That's a good omen. Alright, drawing to boost essence effects and neutral utility effects, but lowers damaging and curing. I don't think that inherently every single processing of an ingredient needs to come at a come with a negative. I don't think it needs to. I want to see in what Twitch streamer believes. Yeah, what happened? Where'd you post this? You got timed out. Wait, let me see here. He's telling you to chill? Something will harm you. I mean, you're being a bit spurgy. Were you doing it as just kind of like a meme or something? He didn't ban you, so it's like it could have been worse. Yeah, everything we're doing in our game, like especially with our alchemy table, all blueprints. All blueprinties. True. Be limited on the complex stuff. I don't know. I think you can do a lot more in blueprints than people think. You can make a full working game in blueprints only, and it's really not going to be that much more inefficient than if you did it in C. Just depends on what you're making. Black Arrow for being humble. Believes in a cult? What? Booked. Plus healing effects, plus stamina effects. Okay, so fortify stamina gets boosted up to 3. Non-neutral utility effects, which we don't have any. So we'll keep Aether, Light, and Lightness at 1. Not really the most interesting changes here, but yeah, you can't win them all. Plus curing and plus damaging effects, minus neutral utility. So fortify stamina stays at 2. Aether, Light, and Lightness are gone. We can add 1 damaging and 1 curing effect if we want. So let's see. Damaging. Let's go with Chill. Tier 1. And Cure Poison. Morning Glory, Morning Glory. Morning Glory the player has right outside their house, but you only have 3 of them, so they're not particularly common. We do still need more water breathing, but we'll skip on that. Let's do Bulwark Tier 2. Immolation Tier 1. So for example, I have an idea that combat is exclusively through animation using logic gates to dictate which animation such damage. Still in the brainstorm blueprint mental mode, but I have zero idea how to set up AI foundation before logic gating. You're jumping into some really complex things in Unreal right off the bat. Animations and AI. And doing like 3D combat. That's going to be a very difficult starting point to get into Unreal. But exclusively through how do you see? Can you explain more what you mean by combat exclusively through animation using logic gates? What does the input and output look like? Or if you have a game that plays similarly, or like a video that can show what you mean, that would be great. But you are definitely I think you're jumping into the deep end when maybe you want to start with learning the basics of blueprints, how to communicate between blueprints, and just get a feel for blueprinting first. Because animation blueprints are very different than regular class actor blueprints, which are very different than behavior trees. All three of those are complete different beasts. Yeah, 3D platform using the third person template, or a horror game using the horror engine or something. Doesn't have to be crazy. Puzzle game. Here's one of the examples that I give to everybody that I teach blueprints. Start by making a coin that is in the map, that when you run into it, it disappears, you collect it, and you get a score. And that can show on screen. And that will probably take somebody who's new to blueprints it'll take 2 to 3 days. But it's good because it'll teach you how to interact with, how to communicate between blueprints, how to show something on the UI. That's the basics of where to start. Ground, plus non-neutral utility effects, minus healing, minus curing. Yeah, we don't even have that. So let's pop bulwark back to tier 1. We'll do a strength boost, tier 1. Keep the immolation. Oops. Yeah, you're right, True Nightmare. It's all just, it's really like you picked the most challenging things I think that you could jump into for blueprinting. Animations and behavior trees. But hey, your game idea isn't going anywhere, right? So you can always put that game idea on the back burner, let it stew, and work on things that help you to understand how to do what you need to do for that game. One thing you suggested, which would have been harder, is an MMO. Well, I mean, thank God he didn't say MMO. He's got brains on him, okay? Lemab is a smart individual. Not like the people we see on Kickstarter sometimes. Yeah, this is going to be MMO. We need $10 million. Here's my 5-paragraph ChatGPT generated. Ever played Dragon Age Origins? Fuck yes. Love DAO. Remember the Frost Dragon fight where the guy climbs it and slays it? Basically like that, but with game loops similar to Kenshi. As your first game, I don't know how to say this, but that is way beyond scope for your first game. That is very, very difficult to do. That'd be difficult for me to do, and I've been in Unreal for 10 years. Essence, neutral utility, minus damaging, minus curing. Well, we do have neutral utility with bulwark. I could put an essence effect on here. Let's see. Let's do fortify essence tier 1. I'll give you an anecdote, because I don't want you to feel bad, Lemab. True Nightmare Gaming and I are both developers. Lazy Fangs is a developer. We probably have other developers lurking. Every single one of us has had ideas like yours, and we've tried to make them, and they always fail for our first game. I'm sure every single one of us in chat has had a really cool idea of a game to make for our first time, and it was way, 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 way too difficult. And even 5 to 10 years later, we can't make that game idea. So I don't want to say that you shouldn't chase your dream, but you should probably try to find smaller games that can help you to get to the point where you want to work on that game. So if you're wanting to work on a game with like sandbox mechanics, right? Like with Kenshi, I think it would be best to start with learning systems design and how to create systems that interact with each other. So like skilling, for instance, like you can go click on an iron ore vein and you get experience for your mining skill or something, right? You know, start to work with those things that will give you the knowledge of how to go for your big dream game, which is that Frost Dragon fight with mixed with Kenshi. And yeah, trying to do too many experimental things, like, you know, trying to do too many things that are out of your wheelhouse that you've never done before will basically put you up against this giant brick wall that you won't know how to move forward with any of them, and you won't move forward at all. So start with something simple, learn the basics of blueprinting and blueprint communication, then start to expand. Say, okay, I understand how to do this. Now add something else to this that I've never done before. And keep doing that until you have a good understanding of different systems. I was trying to make my dream game 15 plus years ago. So I believe it's a great idea, but it's not even my active game. Yep. You can make your dream game, but don't jump into the deep end to the point where it will dissuade you or get you stuck. Because if you're getting stuck, you aren't learning. If you're challenging yourself, you're learning. So you want to challenge yourself, but not get yourself stuck. Which I promise you, every single one of us in chat, me, Lazy Fangs, True Nightmare Gaming, we have done that before. We have gotten ourselves stuck. Want to keep your scope limited, but if the combat is similar to Kenshi's combat style, what is specifically the challenge behind two 3D models animating together and resulting in a damage constraint? Because even doing that is quite a challenge in its own bit. If you want to automate and say, okay, they're just like making animations at each other, but how the damage is calculated isn't synced up with the animations, you know, that's okay. That's still going to be quite a challenge, but it's not going to be as much of a challenge. Yeah, the animations themselves aren't hard. It's pretty easy to hook that up. Precise hitboxes and inverse kinematic animations. There's a lot of stuff there. It looks easy, but it is pretty challenging. Think of how many games don't do 3D combat well, and then you'll understand how difficult it is to do it. How many games have shit hitboxes? A lot of them. Dried, minus curing, minus neutral. Bulwark goes down, plus essence. Immolation is poofed. We would have this, essentially. Distilled, plus curing, plus damaging, minus neutral utility. So we can say Bulwark goes. Immolation goes up to 2. And we'll throw a cure disease on there for the lulz. You're going to be on fire, but you will have your AIDS cured. I would say if you want to start with combat like that, what would be a good place to start with combat? Just in general, 3D combat. I mean, reverse engineering is always a good place to start with. RuneScape, I fucking love OSRS. I mean, OSRS is pretty simple too. That's just every X amount of seconds, you do damage. It's not, you know, it isn't based on animations. That doesn't really matter. Doing like old school RuneScape combat would be really easy. because you just set timers until the thing is dead, and then you destroy the actor, whichever one dies first. But just note, like, there's complexity you add on to that. It's like, okay, do you want to be able to switch weapons mid-combat? More complexity. Do you want to be able to run away from the enemy? Well, now you have AI, right? Because prototyping, standing in front of an enemy and dealing damage, that's really easy to do. You just put two actors close to each other, you jiggle the stuff behind the scenes so that they're doing damage to each other until one dies. I could have that prototyped in an hour, not even. But the moment you start to add AI, well, now it's like, okay, is actor in range? Now the actor needs to deal damage if it's in range, or follow the actor until it's within range. Like, you very quickly add a lot of complexity to it. Pink flowers. Let's do Druid Sense Tier 1. Druid Sense, Silence, and Calm. All Tier 1. Nothing crazy. Pink flowers are really common in our game. The bare bones combat layer is runescapes with 3D models and fluff to give an illusion of a more advanced combat model. Well, the thing is, getting yourself to prototype is easy. Getting yourself beyond that is going to be more work, right? Because then you're jumping into behavior trees. Yeah, I think I'm with True Nightmare here. It's about you learning. You need to learn how to use the systems. I mean, because I can pull an actor into my game, right? I can have, okay, here's RuneScape combat, right? I'm going to take cube 1, I'm going to make it an actor. I'm going to take cube 2, make it an actor. And now inside this one's blueprint, I'm going to I'm just going to directly call this actor as a direct reference and say every 2 seconds deal a random amount of damage to it. And if that damage is, makes it go under 0 health or 0 or under health, delete the actor. And whichever one wins is the one that wins. That's really easy to prototype, but that isn't a game. It's like, okay, well, now I can make it so that it, giving the behavior trees and having them follow each other and have to get into range, that's a whole different business. Now I need a whole bunch more data to detect, okay, is it within range, yes or no? How does it leave range? Is it when it gets under a certain amount of health? Does it try to run away? Is there a delay for following it so it has a bit of time to run away if it gets low health? And that the complexity just keeps going up and up for something that is really simple, right? From a player perspective, it's super simple, but from a development perspective, getting to that minimum viable, product for the prototype to see if the game is fun or not, it's pretty challenging. The panels haven't shown up. It's so weird. I don't know what's going on with those panels. They were working for a time. Yeah, group interval 5 minutes. Weird. Also mirrors in the end, so it depends on what you want it to look. If you just want fancy animations, then animate fancy animations and designate a trigger box that deals damage X seconds into the animation. Well, you can do animation events. Lazy Fangs. You can put events into the animations themselves. and you could then tell it to deal damage at a certain point within the animation. But that would be very simple. I got 2 cube actors interacting doing RNG damage, then add in a behavior between the players, interactive character, and basic AI with damage coefficients. My mind is that, and this is how I learn to get A done, then build B to C. Getting 2 cubes interacting, I promise you, will be enough of a challenge. Start with walking over a coin, picking it up, and getting a score. Storing that score within like the player's blueprint or something, and then displaying that on the screen. That will probably take you at least 4 hours. But that will teach you a lot about how to communicate with blueprints, how to store things. They made some simple games, but I don't know if they made it in Unreal. I don't know either. Point here is to learn the tools, I agree. Yeah, learning how to use blueprint interfaces will take some time. Knowing where to click, knowing where to store information, how to call information, making your first widget, right? Because you'll need something to display the amount of HP left. It could even be something as simple as a text above the, cube's head. Something like that. Or you could tie that number to a progress bar, and that can be the HP, right? Used Unity, my biggest roadblock was the syntax and declaration terms between the 2 engines. Made Monopoly and Unreal. Back during COVID, I wanted to cry a lot when I knew it didn't work because the logic seemed different. I apologize for that, yeah. I laugh not because crying is funny, but because crying as a game dev is a very real. It's something we can all feel. Ask my chat how I was mentally when I was working with our fluid system. Ask them how many emotions and how many tears went into it. What the fuck is going on here? Why is there a blue spot? What the fuck is this? Look at this. Residue of my pain. A fucking blue spot in my water for some reason. What the hell? God damn it. No words. It's a resource I can figure out, understand logic gates really well, but where can I learn how to make what I know apply in Unreal so I actually be productive? Most of learning blueprints is learning what to type and where to put it. It's really just a memory game. If you don't know what the blueprint is called, you're stuck. If you don't know that the blueprint exists, then you sometimes waste a lot of time making it yourself. Unreal is kind of built for 3D action games. Unreal Engine for Unity developers. What, there's actually official documentation on that? That's really funny. That's really funny. I didn't know this existed. Gathering all refugees. Okay, grinding this up. Non-neutral utility will go up. So that will be silence and calm. Or wait, silence is a... No, they're both non-neutral utility. So silence and calm go up. I know multiple people have asked me to make a small blueprint tutorial to put up on YouTube. I don't know how useful that would be, but I can do it. Druid Sense would stay the same, though. How would you make it better than the tutorials that already exist? Exactly. I don't know. I don't think I could. I guess maybe just people want to watch me do it live. Which I can understand, right? Because then I can pause, I can redo it, I can show it to them, or I can show different ways. A chill Antichrist. So I don't know, I mean, I could do it. I don't mind it. I could do it today even. Sense neutral utility. Druid Sense would go up. Pretty sure I had my girl laughing her ass off today. Had her record me today so I could test some custom animations using Blender, and I feel like an absolute goof. I would feel like a goof too. Okay, so if I get drunk at home, I will do the weirdest sound effects ever with my mouth. I don't know, I'll hear the washing machine make a noise and I'll make the noise too. I will do weird characters, but on stream, I'm way too embarrassed to do noises. You guys gotta get me drunk, that's how we do it. So you're making an entire game course, but it's a lot of work and I would need to learn a lot more first. Yeah, making an entire game course. That's a decade of experience minimum. I don't think I could do that. I mean, it depends on the game. This is dried. Minus damaging, minus curing, plus essence. We'll add essence in. No, he won't do essence. He will be salmon. What are we up to? I am diligently, slowly going through an entire spreadsheet to remake my effects. Because we had previously effects that were temporary, just for like prototyping and testing. Now we have the more final list of effects that we want in the game, and I need to redo it all. And I'm procrastinating, and you guys in chat are distracting me, which I love, because that means that I don't have to do this. But I have to do it. Fuck, sounds fun, yeah. I mean, it's kind of fun, but it's one of those things that I think is really, really boring to watch on stream. So we kind of just turned it into, I guess, I don't know, a chill chat while I work. It's tedious, exactly. How you doing, Marty? You know what? We'll boost silence up to 2. Druid Sense will pull silence back to 1. Here it is. And calm will stay 1. Alright, distilled boosts curing effects and damaging effects, but lowers neutral, utility, and essence effects. So Druid Sense is gone. Silence and calm can stay. But do we want to add a neutral utility effect, or do we want to add... Or I'm sorry, do we want to add a curing effect, or do we want to add damaging effect? Probably damaging. Chill. Chill tier 1. I'm asking, Raptor, what is the idea of your game? So it is an open world alchemy game where you go into the world, you collect ingredients, explore, find dungeons, fight some enemies, experience the wilderness during different times of the year, different weather effects, and you come back and you make potions that you can then use in battle. You can drink them yourself, or you can give them to NPCs in a very RPG-like manner to change their fates. So some guy comes up asking for a health potion. Well, what happens if you give him a poison potion? What happens if you don't ask him enough about... Yes, it's story driven. It's still an open world, it's still a sandbox and open world, but it is very story driven. You have to clean your guam leaves before crafting potions. No, you don't have to clean your guam leaves. But it is, yeah, it's very relaxing, it's chill. You just kind of go out into the world, you enjoy it. You have colorful characters and personalities. Like our sewer goblin named Spoon here. Trudging along. Different weather effects and such. And these will represent, you know, both different weather effects, but also different times of the year. So, of course, you know, certain plants may only be available in certain seasons or during certain weather. Force it to be nighttime. It gets all spoopy, which is pretty light during the nighttime. How long have you been in development? We have been in development for 134 days. Turn it back to daytime here. Stream every day? Most days we stream, yeah. Most days except for some weekends, but if we do stream weekends, we stream games. I don't like to fuck up my work-life balance. You have one life, it's not worth grinding it out. Yeah, I did that for a few years and it just hurt my mental. Thank you, Wubby Salmon, for the follow. You're a druid. I know some of your declarations are mentioning druid sense. Yeah, you're an alchemist in this fantasy world, and you have a lot of branching dialogue, a lot of ways that you can change. So it's really a case of other alchemy games exist. Other alchemy games exist where you can talk to and give potions to NPCs, but none of those games really ask, what happens if you say no? What happens if you purposefully sabotage that NPC? Can you convince the NPC that maybe they want a different potion? Can you go above and beyond as a specialist to make a potion that handles more than the NPC expected? And what happens to the NPC if you do that? So, we have pretty branching dialogue in a lot of cases. Here is the lore for the NPC, for instance. A lot of different branches and outcomes. And for me, for a lot of RPG games, as a big fan of RPG games, I don't like that when you talk to NPCs that usually the things you say aren't remembered. I really enjoy when the small things in life are the ones that sometimes get remembered the most, that can change somebody's life. And so we're trying to do that too. Saying I could be chaotic evil and make a health potion that is acid instead? Yes. And, you know, it's like, what happens? Maybe sometimes that's a good thing. Maybe you purposefully sabotage somebody that was out to do something bad in the world. Got deep real fast. Yeah, it's, I don't know. I love RPG games, but I think RPG games don't go deep enough with their dialogue systems. They don't really give you the freedom to make choices that you want. And I'm trying to ask, you know, what happens if you do that? Like, here are different reactions by the NPC to different effects that you could have had on your potion, but maybe you didn't. Maybe you had multiple of them. And we build natural sounding dialogue based on that and branch through that accordingly. It's a lot of work from a dialogue standpoint, but the end result is something that makes it feel like you are rewarded and properly consequenced for the decisions you make in your potions or for the things you say. You know, you might laugh at our goblin's dreams, and he might never then talk to you about those dreams of the future, and you lock yourself out of future stories with him because you laughed at that. He remembers that. He doesn't like that. Necromancer needs a revivify potion for the corpses. The acid potion could destroy them. Could. You might get a necromancer killed and he might find a way to revive himself and then come back and fight you. We can do it. It's much more impactful when your actions have impact. Actual impact, yes. When the game says you have impact but don't, I don't like that. And I don't like games where I'm just supposed to, like, they make a character and they make it instantly likable. You know, I think for us, if I can make good NPCs, I'll know I'll succeed if when you guys play it, you don't like some of the NPCs. You think, well, this guy is kind of racist. This guy's kind of an asshole. I'm not into that. Or maybe you're like, well, this guy's politics are insane. Like, he's going to bankrupt this nation. I'm not going to help him. And so you just say, no, I don't want to provide a potion for you. I don't like you. Or just get him killed. Like, fuck it. Do what you want to do. Give me an option to create an NPC with the mentality of Gul'dan. Who's Gul'dan? Fallout 4, we have a settlement needing to be rescued. So at the end of the game, we're going to try to have like maybe 20 to 30 named NPCs. They will all be named. They will all have handwritten stories with multiple branches in them. And some of them might intersect with each other. So helping one NPC might hurt another NPC's story. And that'll result in a different ending for that NPC. And at the end of the game, we will show like epilogue scenes of what happened to this NPC, what happened to this nation, to this settlement, to this town. And so that you can compare your endings to other people's. Let's get a vote on your innocence when you're on trail, yeah. Didn't stand the Minutemen. Yeah, I didn't like the Minutemen either. Brotherhood of Steel for me. Liberty Prime. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but there's a big trend in games nowadays to make all the characters quirky and likable. I have to have quips. It's all Marvel dialogue. Well, Dan, the evil orc from Warcraft that invaded Axaroth and created the Lich King. You mentioned Necromancer, and that's what came to mind. The Lich King, essentially. Interesting. I don't know Warcraft very much, but I do know that those. I do think Warcraft has some really cool characters that are like that. Hate it that no one can be just evil, like straight up evil. Yeah, I understand the desire to make antagonists nuanced, but I don't think that nuance necessarily means giving them redeeming qualities. Sometimes they can be like Voldemort, right? Voldemort is understandable. He's not likable. He doesn't have any redeeming qualities, but you can understand how he got to be as evil as he was. Sauron is just this undeniably larger than life evil power, destruction of everything that we love and like. He's not meant to be nuanced. He's meant to be this nearly impossible, invincible figure that can only be beaten, like the Reapers in Mass Effect, by getting all the galaxy together. Okay, what was I doing? Purple crystal. So I'm getting distracted here. I do need to fill this out while we talk. So put some things in chat. I'll read it when I get through an ingredient here. Let's give purple crystals water breathing tier 1. And maybe restore stamina tier 1. Now we'll do restore essence tier 1 and water breathing tier 1. Now grinding it up is going to do what to it? Boost healing minus curing and non-neutral utility. So water breathing will go up. We don't have any healing or curing, so let's add a curing effect to it. Cure poison tier 2 maybe. Quirkies are so plentiful, likable that I hate them for being the same. Yeah, it just gets annoying at a certain point. I think the best villain in any video game was the Bright Lord in Lord of the Rings. Great twist, likable as hell, and immediate disdain. Yeah, I agree. I like the Bright Lord. Selling body pills. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will admit Spoon is pretty likable. He's also a little racist, but you know, who isn't? Don't clip that. But it's a fantasy world, you know, it's like not every race in this fantasy world is nuanced. Curing goes down. The thing is, spoilers, if you convince Spoon to be a little bit less racist than usual, he will end up getting married and have a kid. If you don't convince him, you will not get those encounters. So, like I said, even dialogue matters. Sometimes dialogue will open up entire encounters that you wouldn't find just by giving potions. If you want to make a custom system? No, you don't need to. Like, I'll show you. This entire system of alchemy that we have in our game is 100% blueprints. All of it. So you go up, you find ingredients, add them to your table, put them into the cauldron, you make a potion, fortify health 2. Can we get any better than that? Maybe we can. Let's go process these ingredients. I will move them over to the table. I pressed the wrong button. Oopsies, let me add them back. Fortify health 3, let's try that. Toadstool. Fortify health. There we go, Fortify health 3 potion. And this is also all blueprints, so we have our inventory of potions. We can grab it and we can throw it at a tree or something. Do a little debug sphere. That's all blueprints. Every single last bit of it. So just because you start with logic gates doesn't mean that that's what you're constrained to doing. Is the game going to have multiplayer elements or is all solely single player? It is all solely going to be single player. I've never designed a multiplayer game myself. And so I figured that doing this was enough of a challenge that adding in multiplayer would probably have been a little bit reaching beyond my abilities at the moment. But maybe if people like this, we could always, you know, look at making a multiplayer game in the future. If you're gonna make a multiplayer game, it would have had to happen a long time before now. Agree. Yeah. I think that it's cool, it's just, it comes down to, does a game need to be multiplayer? I don't know if it needs to be. I could see certain aspects of the potion combat being enjoyable in multiplayer, but hey, the future holds many things that might hold a multiplayer game for me. ironically, 2 of the games I've worked on have ended up with multiplayer elements. I just didn't partake in designing them. But yeah, you need to completely rewrite all of your systems and all of your design to work for multiplayer. It's a lot of work. All right, let's do if cell value is less than 10. That'll be our next bit. So we do see we need a lot more non-neutral abilities to be added. Try to get these balanced. And of course, multiplayer into a game that is more or less done is basically a complete rewrite. Yes, it is. And I've tried to explain that to people who don't know anything about
Mr. President.
game dev before, and it's
Mr. President.
impossible.
Wake up.
Thank you, Joe. One of the games I worked on was a train simulator, like a very light one, like a Euro Truck Sim, but with on the rails. Let's say. And people were like, "Hey, can you add multiplayer?" And it was nearly impossible for me to explain. It would literally take us 3 years to rewrite and remake most of the game from scratch to work in multiplayer. Yeah, limit, but that's exactly what it is. You can't just like turn it on. You have to rewrite all the systems. You have to rewrite all the code. You have to make net code. Then you have to make server backend. So you have to make whether or not you're gonna have hosted servers by the developer, whether it's gonna be through Steamworks integration, whether it's peer-to-peer. You have to add some security to that. Then you have to make it work in multiplayer. So you have to have it, have like security, have it be performant, all these things. It's very, very difficult, and it is a whole beast. Also, my thunder for a want to design a multiplayer game when I'm from the generation that utilized mods and Hamachi integration. Like, I remember that. Is the 93 in your name the year that you were born? If you can dox yourself like that. Chill. Purple desert flower. It is? I'm 94, so yeah. Yep, I remember using Hamachi. Well, just a bunch of 30-year-olds. Don't have any young people in chat? Or is this stream not... The moment you joined, you noticed that I wasn't saying skibidi and other terms, and you're like, oh, this is good. This is a man from my generation. This is a fellow late millennial. Stop talking immediately. Fair. With paralyze. Let's do paralyze. Paralyze and weakness, but we'll put something pretty strong in there, like a restore health tier 3. The nursing home? Shut up. Never say that again. I mean, I do get kind of jealous when I see those like streamers that are super high energy and they like do crazy shit on stream, and it's like, they're getting tons of viewers. But then it's like, but do I want that? Is that, can I live my life like that? What kind of content am I making? Round. Non-neutral utility effects goes up, so weakness and paralyze would go up. Health would go down. Really? I guess so. 232. Lover's theater system in game that utilizes a shrink potion for the player. Let me jump through a keyhole and steal my herbs. Shrink potion. Changing size is not out of the realm of possibility. I can say that. The effects that you see here are for the prototype, and what we decide to do for the vertical slice could be different. We may add or remove some things for vertical slice. So yeah, shrinking potion, I like that. I like that. Let me copy that to my notes document. Yeah, I like that. You know, we're keeping a list of some ideas from chat in here that I think are really nice. I like this one. If you're purposefully doing bad potions or harming people, your tower should become more cracked and decrepit. I like that. I like visual representations of your choices. Gotta do enlarge. Yeah, if we do shrink, we'd probably do enlarge too or something. We'll see. We'll have to see how that works. Could be how you clear routes to explore new areas. I'd like for there to be multiple ways to kind of get through routes like that. There's an enlarge potion, make it an NPC requesting it. I agree. I agree. We'll do weakness to 1. Yeah, we'll do that. Any tips on a roguelike game loop of going from room to room? Tips for a roguelike game? It's a really broad, I mean, there's tons of tips. Rooms need to offer something. When creating that level, you need to have a good mix of rooms that offer assistance and aid versus ones that are meant to hurt the player. Make sure that when a player enters a room, you don't immediately have things attacking the player. Give them a quick few seconds, like 1 or 2 seconds, to just take the room in. And you'll see that in games, you'll see that in most roguelike games. Like, things don't spawn immediately. Make the herb name Vigros. Jesus Christ. What do you mean specifically? For maybe starting a really smart prototype? For starting your own prototype, definitely don't make a generator. At least for the start, you know, just put rooms in there manually. Make a couple layouts and then you can playtest them and have other people playtest them. It'll also be auto battle, and between every room they get a chance to heal. The battles will be auto battle. So you still need some strategy layer then. You need something, because if it's just moving from room to room, is it really a roguelike? You know, where's the player choice in here? Small game mode for resource collection. So what could you put in there that would give the player a choice? Maybe a choice of room to go to could be one thing. Shop in between. Yeah, you could go with like a what's the game? Slay the Spire. Yeah, Adventurers Descend could be one thing. Room choice. To choose party. Hey Snowday, any chance you can help me with some game design direction? 100% I can. Plus curing, plus damaging, minus neutral utility, minus essence. You don't have any neutral utility. You don't have any of these things actually for distilled. Option 7. Sounds good to me, boss. Damaging effects. We're pretty low in chill still. We could do chill 2. Select to lead, not to read. Ear disease 1. We're making a chat. We're getting closer to the end. And then we have to do flavors. So we have to start up all... And actually we have to go all the way back to the top and we have to fill in the ones that we missed. Like these. Oh boy. When I get to world design, I'm definitely going to use a strat from D&D. Make rooms, tiles, walls for background configurable and seamless. Speeds up workflow without sacrificing immersion. At least one layer of strategy, don't do room generator, some kind of shop buff stage. For prototyping, yeah, room generator is just kind of a waste of time. Like, it's good if you want to do it, to learn how to do it. But there needs to be a layer of strategy, I think. Just something... Because otherwise, why not just give the player the ingredients in the first place, right? There's got to be some input or choice here. Even if it's an auto battler, you have to have some ability to control the outcome. Otherwise, it's just a timer with giving them ingredients. Yeah, Slay the Spire, you choose between difficult fights or income. Or visiting a shop, yeah. And I think that that's a good choice. Would your generator be completely random or would it select from a pre-made selection of rooms? The second one is easier. I can definitely say that. Choosing from tiles is way, way simpler. Red crystals. Let's do Fortify. Let's do Restore Health 3 and Fortify 2. But Frenzy Tier 3. How difficult is procedural generation? Depends on what you want to do with it. It depends on what you mean, because there are so many different definitions of procedural generation. If you're procedurally generating foliage, yeah, there's no problem with that. I mean, if it doesn't affect the gameplay much, that works. If you're using procedural generation for gameplay elements, that is more difficult to balance. And also players will be able to feel it, and in some cases they might not like it. No Man's Sky upon release always gave me the impression it was stupidly easy to design. The scale of No Man's Sky was difficult. That was a technical challenge. Randomly slapping together animal parts there's no difficulty with that. Nope, that should be 1, and this will be Fortify Health, or Restore Health Tier 2. How far you be from a roguelike? A roguelike auto-battler oftentimes, in my opinion, makes a better idle mobile game. Space games are insanely difficult. How do you make something cool, sell the fact you're in space, and also make it entertaining? It is a challenge, yeah. I'm making it feel empty as hell. But even Starfield feels empty in cases, which is arguably the correct feeling you should have in space. Starbound makes you feel that way. No Man's Sky makes you feel that way. All space games suffer from the same problems. Every single one, and none of them can fix it. The only one that doesn't really suffer from that is Mass Effect because it's linear. You know, relatively linear. Which I think is probably the better way to do it. Idle mobile game. Idle mobile resource collection game. I think then just make it like an endless tower you go down and you can augment your characters with better gear, and that'll allow you to get deeper and harvest more materials. But is it really an issue though? Is the issue of feeling isolated in space an issue? No. I agree, it's like when you land on a moon in Starfield, there shouldn't be anything there, in a lot of cases. Why would anyone settle that? There's no resources on this moon. There's no reason to settle this over the habitable planet that's, you know, 2 light weeks away. But True Nightmare is also correct. It really, I think it depends on what the dev's intention is, agree with that, and it also depends on the marketing of the game. If you tell your players, hey, you're buying my space game, just so you know, most of the moons aren't settled. There's nothing to see there. You can harvest them for resources, but you're not going to find any life there. It's like, okay, well then, what do you expect? What's the point of coding a whole-ass deserted moon? Good question, Amankira. I think Starfield actually handled that quite well by making you be able to harvest materials from those moons. And I'm not saying Starfield is perfect, but I think that it did some things right, but it just didn't double down on those ideas enough to make them unique selling points. They were just systems, they were kind of half-baked, and they didn't feel deep enough to be enjoyable. Red Desert Flower. What do we want to put on here? Maybe some immolation, right? It's in the desert, it's a red flower. If it don't have immolation, I'm pretty surprised. Immolation tier, let's do tier 2, warmth tier 2. We'll do slow. Tier 2. And a light cure poison. That way we have damaging effect, 2 non-neutral effects, utility effects, and then a cure. Dehydration. I don't think we have that. It's not a survival game. You don't have to worry about like eating or drinking. This thing run through Starfield and felt cheated because I wasn't allowed to at least keep my credits. No, that's how it's supposed to be, but honestly, I wish it wasn't like that. Yeah, I think the New Game Plus in Starfield is... I don't know why it exists. I like what they wanted to do with it, right? With like the variations in the game. I think that was cool. I just don't know why they expected for people to want. Who here plays a Bethesda game and doesn't try to do everything in one run? Because that's really who they felt like they were designing it for. The loading screens. The problem with the loading screens is how the engine handles cells, which is actually really good for modding and for performance. They did update the engine, by the way. Like the Starfield engine was very, very, very much updated compared to Fallout 4. It's just that the engine itself has limitations for what it will do that I don't think can ever be designed out of it, because it is purposefully designed with it. Like the cells, like some of the animations and the way that they handle pathfinding. It makes the game very moddable and versatile. The issue is that it also is not as good as compared to other engines that don't want to have those qualities. The creation engine is a very good engine that suffers from some issues that I don't think can ever be removed from the engine. But I will say Starfield was probably the most stable Bethesda release ever. I had a couple crashes, I had a couple quest lock up, but for the most part, the game was extremely stable. I don't know why your planet landing locations can't actually be on the planet. I mean, what do you want from the game, though? Is the amount of technology that it takes to make it so that you can seamlessly land on a planet worth the effect that it's going to have? Or would you rather spend that amount of development time and resources doing something that is better? Because when we start to make that the standard for space games, now we're increasing the cost for all space games. And that's a dangerous slippery slope that we see impacting the industry in a very negative way. Non-neutral utility, so warmth and slow would go up. No, warmth would not go up. Slow would go up. And the cure would be gone. The age where it's the same tech from Morrowind on the original Xbox feels gross and moves immersed compared to current gen. But it's not the same tech in Bethesda. In the current creation engine is almost nothing like the engine was back during Morrowind. It's like saying Unreal Engine 3 and Unreal Engine 5 are the same thing. Well, they're based on similar technology, and in some cases they might even use some similar code, but they're completely different beasts at this point. You land just slightly too far from a tower and can't reach because it's out of your range. And it's because it's a cell. It's because it's one cell. One very, very large cell. It's the outside cell. And it's a limitation of the engine. And I agree that that is something that should be fixed. But I don't think you're ever going to remove cells from the creation engine. Well, they're still generated at runtime, but it is still one cell that you're in. Is what I mean. Essence effects, neutral utility effects, minus damaging, minus curing. So immolation goes down to 1. Hey, Cutsper. We're talking creation engine. Have any thoughts? Warmth goes up. Slow stays at 2. It is the engine that Bethesda uses for their games. And the cure is also gone from drawing it. No, I agree with you, True Nightmare. I just don't. You won't be able to get rid of the cells in, which is one of the things that people don't like about the engine, are the cells. But I think the cells actually do make the game very moddable, especially interior cells. Exterior cells are a whole different thing though. Logical backbone's distinction between the engines, but when it comes to playability, it runs the same. It may be more efficient, powerful to allow more textured assets, whatever. But the fundamental problems for me is that compared more to Starfield is that it runs exactly the same. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Like, and how are Star Citizen and stuff like different? And Elite Dangerous. Do you mean that you don't have like those loading times? I mean, there are still going to be loading sequences, right? There are still times where you have to unload and load assets. Distilled will boost curing effects and damaging effects, but reduce neutral utility. So warmth will go, well, let's just say it gets rid of warmth. Immolation goes up to 3. But I mean, comparing Star Citizen and Starfield, these are two completely different games, even if they're in the same genre. Comparing tech is really, really challenging. Like, they have different goals. Like, Star Citizen is not meant to be a moddable game. Whereas every Bethesda game is meant to be very moddable. And because of that, you will 100% have to make compromises in your engine technology to enable that. And there are very, very few games that have as moddable engines as Bethesda games. Yeah, and you don't like the loading screen. The thing is, you think of them as entirely different levels, right? That when you spawn out into the open world of Morrowind or Starfield, you are spawning into a point on that level. When you spawn into a house, it is a different level. The ability to do that is what makes, or the choice, the purposeful design choice to have the engine like that is what makes the game moddable. Because you can change what happens in that house without it affecting the rest of the world, right? You can spawn the player into any point in the open world you want with the use of these cells and how it handles the player's location in them. So what you want from like Elite Dangerous or Star Citizen, which are inherently multiplayer games that are not meant to be moddable in any way, is it's really difficult to pull off that same effect in an engine like the Creation Engine and retain that moddability. But I get that is, I'm not saying that it's a good thing or something that you need to accept or like, just that there are compromises, and they had to make certain compromises to make the Creation Engine able to do what it does well. But that means that it won't do other things very well. Distilled curing goes up, damage effects goes up, neutral utility goes down. We're going to remove warmth. Slow stays the same at 2, and cure poison goes up to 2. I think Starfield's issue with loading screens is that there were a lot more cells than in previous games. And that to me was part of the issue. You had to do way more fast traveling in Starfield because of just the game's design, that it exacerbated a problem that had existed since Morrowind. Just like if your game has, latency with players, if your game is multiplayer and it has bad latency when there are more players on the server, you're going to see a much larger and worse effect at 50 people than with 5. It's like Starfield was unfortunately probably not the best game to make in the engine. It worked, but we can see that it definitely was not built to do what they wanted to do. And it had those problems. Honestly, in a Bethesda game, or adding a weapon or modifying the contents of a room is really easy because all you have to do is add a new untaken item ID, locate the cell you want to put an item into, or take something out of, boom, done. Yeah. Modding Bethesda games are amazing. They're so fucking good. And it's a feature, not a bug. Not advanced game design knowledge, it feels faulty to me at least. And at this point in my life, it feels outdated as hell. And that's fair. And I still think you're right. I don't know how to fix it. Your countering explanation at the same time, Stalker has been modded immensely and had much less loading screens, so it didn't ruin immersion. Every engine's different. Every engine draws a triangle slightly differently, I guess is the way that we can put it. You know, how do you handle chunks in a game? How do you handle sections of a level? If you have to modify the level, do you have to, you know, how do you merge those changes onto each other? Like, you know, Darkest Dungeon, very moddable game. But it had a lot of limitations that made it impossible for modders like me to combine files. Sometimes the only way was to make a patch that combined the changes from both modders. It wasn't like Bethesda where you have those frameworks that make it so that you can make a change to a cell, somebody else can make a change to a cell, and they get merged into each other. Most games are not like that. Sadly. Ooh, strength. Let's do strength boost. And fear. Restore stamina, strength boost, and fear. We can do this at any tier. I'll do it at tier 1. Strength boost tier 2. Restore stamina tier 2. 2, 2, 1. I mean, I don't know how to fix the Bethesda problem though. I like the creation engine. I like how insanely easy it is to mod. But I also don't like some of its technology. It has gotten outdated. But then you have games that try to get rid of loading screens by just putting in loading screens that don't look like loading screens. Star Wars Outlaws. Just say I enjoy how thorough you explain things for me to understand and engage in you are with chat. I appreciate that. Yeah, I hate the idea of ever getting big enough that I can to talk with chat. I hope that never happens. And I hope I can provide accurate information. And sometimes I don't. I don't know everything. Squeeze through segments, yeah. Look, I'm okay with them. I just don't like developers lying and saying, oh, there's no loading screens. Shut the fuck up. Yes, there are. Don't lie about it. Come on, you can say, look, we have loading segments, but we've tried to make them immersive. Just say that. Two, strength boost would not go up, but fear would go up. If that's what you want. Dried, plus essence, plus neutral utility, minus damaging, minus curing. Yeah, we'll keep fear at 1. Oop, that's not fear. I know before I got into game dev, I was very, very harsh about Bethesda. And then as I learned more about game engines, I was like, oh shit. They're kind of fucked. On one case, they have one of the most moddable engines in the world. On the other case, they can't fix a lot of technology that is very, very quickly becoming outdated. Extremely outdated. But I do think they improved their facial animation engine for Starfield, and that was really nice to see. And I think there were a lot of back-end improvements to performance that was made. And a lot of bug fixes too. Starfield was not a very buggy game. It was just not a very good game. I wonder how the hell did this magic in Elite Dangerous. The FTL drive is a loading screen, but the normal movement can get you to the same destination. Recall, a guy used Super Cruise for a month IRL time and got to the same station the FTL loading screen did within 5 minutes. I mean, you can kind of just like show something different on the screen or like a different post process and just move the player's entity very quickly. And if well in FTL you can hide the player's ship or something and make it invulnerable or whatever, you could do that. I mean, there's some ways around it. Heard that Concord didn't cost 200 million, it was actually 400 mil. Yeah. Yeah. But that makes sense to me. 400 mil sounds about right. I would have thought more, to be honest, but I think 400 mil is a pretty good point for an 8-year game with 200 people. Hero Shooters lost about 500 mil. That's what you get? That's what you get. What do you expect to happen? Strength boost 1. We'll do a poison. And the fear. Yeah, I got the loading screens. I wonder how Rockstar do it, and if it's anything like Unreal's world partitions. I don't know. I don't know how the Rockstar engine works. What I do know is that it's very optimized. It's a very good looking engine that's great for making immersive sims, and it runs very well. We'll have to work on a TCG game. Seems so damn easy just to declare a bunch of syntaxes. You have to balance it though. UI and balance. I made maybe I can pull it up. In a couple days I made a card game. I don't remember where I put it though. I made a card battler. Hey, Will Airways, thank you for the follow. Oh, here they are. Okay, I can pull these up, yeah. I had this in 45 minutes for like a card game. That was pretty fun. Then I did this. Some placeholder images. Then I had working turns in combat. That was pretty nice too. I still kind of want to make this game because it was a game that was, oh god, I don't remember the name, but you could equip different inventory items, and those inventory items were what made your deck. So you built your character by putting equipment on them, and those equipment was what defined your deck. And then that was, I finally had that working. So you equip like a sword, that gives you certain items to your deck. Some Munchkin. I think the game that I used as a reference was, it was an old tabletop game on mobile. I think it was on mobile or something. It was card. God, I don't remember. Well, I'm sure there's a bunch of games like that, right? But yeah, this was fun. This was a fun little thing. How difficult was it to do this? If you know what you're doing, it's not that bad, but it is a lot of... Well, like here, it's a lot of UI, right? It's an awful lot of UI. So you have to kind of know what you're doing with that. TCG Card Shop Simulator thing is going pretty well, despite being exactly like every other one of those things. Which one? Miss OG Gwent. I liked OG Gwent. I preferred the three lanes that they had in the game. What do you think about Tabletop Sim? It's a good game. It's a cool idea. I don't like what Gwent turned into, but I understand why they did it. I wonder if I still have this prototype. I would love to work on it again. It was supposed to be a game like For the King, where you went around the tabletop of the map, and then you when you engaged in battles, you engaged in battles with cards that were based on the equipment that you had worn. I don't know. Maybe not a great idea, but that's what I had it on. These are Step Brothers, you just become best friends. I don't know. I preferred Gwent in the game. I didn't like the standalone. It was good when it started, but then they removed the third lane. They kind of like they changed spies, and I understand spies were OP. I don't know. It just kind of it lost the unique things, I think. All right, seashells. 100% we need water breathing on here. What other effects do we want? Be chill. Restore stamina tier 1. Water breathing. Tier 2. And chill tier 1. Also managed to making a game that allows you to create your own board card game, also in the back burner. I have a lot of games like that. Nilfgaard Spy and Monster Engine Player, I was Cancer. The spies were OP, okay? I can agree that in Witcher 3 Gwent, spies were fucking broken. But that's kind of also what made it fun to play. And the moment they tried to make standalone game and balance it and have it be like competitive Hearthstone type of game is kind of what ruined it for me. Okay, grinding will lower healing and curing effect. Yeah, but we don't do any of those. Okay, it'll be restore health 1. And we'll throw a cure disease 1 on it. That way we can remove healing and curing. We can boost water breathing up to 3. And chill up to 2. I mean, unranked weather monster deck that had legit like 8 monster cards total. Have you guys seen that mod that turns Witcher 3 into a just a Gwent game? Like it removes all the combat, and so when you find a group of enemies, you play Gwent, and if you win, they die. You guys ever see that? I wonder if that's still around. Yeah, let me see if I can find that. Witcher 3 combat turns into Gwent. Art of Card. Yeah, it's still around. It transforms all combat into Gwent battles. Triggered by an enemy or the player taking damage, enemy deck is fully randomized. On win, all enemies within 30 units are killed. On loss, player dies. It's such a ridiculous mod idea, but I kind of love it. Imagine if imagine if it was Skyrim, but it turned all the combat into lockpicking. Sunburst Star. I want water breathing on this too, because we're still pretty low on water breathing. Sunburst. I would do immolation, but we have a lot of immolation already. We have a lot of immolation. Immolation Nation. I don't know. I know I want water breathing on it. I don't think really invisibility makes sense for that. I don't know. Fortify Essence, maybe. We could do more of Night Vision, maybe. We'll do Water Breathing, Night Vision, and Weakness. The idea is to set up a UE project to be easily moddable. Not unless you have like external file reading or something. Mod.io is, I don't know if that's the perfect solution though. I don't know. I don't know anybody who uses that, so I can't really speak for it or against it. You could do UGC, but how many players are actually going to utilize that? I think reading external files in some way is probably the better bet, if you can do that. Use Mod.io for, okay, so Deeprock allows for Mod.io, but it feels weird. It's not the most mod-friendly game engine, to be honest. Neutral utility effects go up, main stat effects go down. We don't have any main stat effects on here, so this is just gonna boost, let's say, water breathing, night vision, and I'm gonna put Druid Sense on it too at tier 1. Keep weakness at tier 2. Yeah, maybe Steam Workshop could do something. But Tabletop and Project Zomboid are not Unreal. That's the only question, is what does Unreal actually allow? Steam Workshop. Toolkit for Steamworks SDK. Stats and achievements, leaderboards, remote storage, cloud save, friends, inventory, microtransactions, player marketplace, crafting, promotional items, Steam matchmaking, workshop, voice chat, Steam networking sockets. Interesting. It would be nice to see how this works. Alright, grinding up the starfish, we will increase non-neutral utility effects, but lower healing and curing. We don't have those. So we basically just keep this and then boost weakness to 3. Fermented. Yeah, 75 bucks is actually pretty cheap. For what that's offering, that's really, really cheap. For basically fully functional, complete package of support. That's pretty damn good. Narrative Pro. Well, I own Fluid Flux too. I wouldn't fucking recommend that. Well, this doesn't show the price. It's $300. Yeah, that's what we're using for our fluid. And it's fucking hell to work with. Wasn't that free? I doubt it. I think Fluid Ninja was free. Fluid Flux was not. What is this? Using Unreal Water System? No, we're using Fluid Flux. Was interactive foliage, ground, snow? Oh, for like footprints and stuff? Yeah, it's pretty nice. Nice one. Plus to damaging effects and non-neutral. That's the same as... This would have the same effects as fermented. So unless I bump down water breathing a bit... Remove night vision, throw weakness in here at tier 3. And we'll give poison too. Yeah, looks good. Although we can definitely use more tier 2 poison, concussive blast, and chill. Looking at this for modding. Basics of Unreal Engine 4 modding. What is illusory?
You want to click open?
But you're... What? You're patching your EXE? Unreal Mod Unlocker Pro Early Access Installer. I don't know, dude. A little sus. I don't think I feel comfortable doing that to send out to players personally. The fuck is that price for Fluid Flux? I don't know. quite well explained packing of Unreal content. The question is, if you're patching your exe, I don't know, maybe it's safe. Maybe it's safe, maybe I'm worried about nothing, but there's something that's a little... It's a little sus to me. I'd be a little bit concerned of handing out and distributing an exe that's been patched by some third-party software. Boost to essence and neutral utility minus damaging and curing. Technically, weakness shouldn't really be brought down by this. We could keep weakness at 2. I don't know why you would want that, but not every state change needs to be explicitly beneficial. Not changing exe file. How is it patching it then? It's adding DLLs to folder. Oh, so it's injecting. And still injecting's a little scary to distribute. No, I agree with you, but it still is it's still injection, and that kind of, I don't know. It's more of like an ethical concern at that point. I'd rather see if that $75 plugin that allows for Steam Workshop can work. Why are you using Excel? Because this is where I set up my data, and then I export that to a CSV that can be imported directly into Unreal. So it will end up looking like this, which can be read by Unreal. Is that a good habit to utilize? Yeah, if you know how to write your own export scripts, I would say so. Because here you can do all your calculations and organization, especially for complex structures. You don't really want to work in that in Unreal. I'll show you why you don't want to work in that in Unreal. Here's all of our ingredients. Now please go through and change the balance of each of these in mass. Like, this is really not the most user-friendly. Yeah, exactly. Just doing like balance changes in mass or organization in mass, really tough. Having a master spreadsheet so that if a developer, is testing something and changes something in here, you can quickly identify, wait, is this the way we wanted it? Well, that's not the way that it's in the master spreadsheet, so no. So do it here so that this is your baseline, and then you can import into Unreal. Management types are physically aroused by Excel and will approve your funding if they see you use it. True. And this is by far the... This is not a terribly complex structure, but I think something that would be more complex might be my... What is something that I export from, though? I don't really have anything that I export from, but you can quickly see how these will get overwhelming. Here's our thief. Encounters and choices. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Is it? No, here we go. We have story stages and initial choices. Well, story stages are encounters. Now your encounters have an ID, NPC data, dialogue control, spawn control. Okay, spawn control. Spawning conditions. That's an array of spawning conditions which have requirements, encounter references. It's like your structures can get very, very complex very, very quickly. Sometimes doing this in engine is okay. I think this one is kind of okay to manage in engine. Others, like ingredients, where we have currently 268 rows, I'm not going to go through one bit at a time. Instead, I could do like a find and replace and, you know, boost all these up by some point, or, you know, change all of these to twice as much respawn time. Much quicker to handle. Game design is seeming more and more like just Lego, adult Legos. Yeah, in a lot of ways. This is only one aspect of game design, though. This is just balancing. Most of game design is communication. And if you can't communicate well, you're not going to be a good game designer. And communication is more than just verbal. There's non-verbal communication through documents, like your game design documents, or through graphs. It could be a presentation, it could be a prototype. Your prototype is one form of communicating your game's design to the programmers and to other team members. It's not really about having ideas, you know. In fact, most of game design is not about having ideas, it's about filtering ideas of other people through core pillars, through your gameplay loop, through gameplay percentages, through what the market wants, what the publisher wants, what the producer wants, what the game director wants, what is going to take the most time to make, what is going to be the most budget effective, what is going to spend the least amount of time from the programmers, the artists, for instance. There's a lot to think about. Plus healing and stamina. We could throw a healing or stamina effect on here. Something simple. And non-neutral utility effects like weakness, we'll say, are gone. So fortify stamina, water breathing, no weakness, add night vision. And we'll just do ones for all of it. That's your trade-off. Get rid of the weakness, but your water breathing becomes a little bit nerfed. All right, let me head to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back and continue with this. One sec. Take a seat. Take a seat over there. You've been messaging underage kids. Is your name Diddy? Just you, nice. Sunstreak. Okay, what's Sunstreak? Again, this is another one where I could see immolation as being in effect, but we have a lot of immolation already. Paralyze? Invisibility, maybe? Doesn't have to make the most sense, it just has to be relatively balanced. Let's do Restore Stamina 1. Invisibility and Paralyze. Also, guys, if you are interested, we do have a YouTube channel, and we have all the previous days of development on there, as well as some reactions to game dev videos, and talks about game dev, a couple of educational videos about production phases, and known unknown matrix. I need more of those up there. And some gameplay. I tried Dustborn. Chat made me. That's a game with a story. You hate life yet? Christ, dude, Dustborn. I don't know who wrote that. Somebody needs to pick up a book. Reviewing games? I've thought about that. The thing is, I think they're better game reviewers than me. And I don't have the time to do like big editing stuff. So if I play a game, I generally talk about how I liked it after I played it or a couple days. Well, you know, I like now, I can tell you how I liked Core Keeper and what I thought of it. But I can't really make a whole video with me talking about Core Keeper, I don't know, without showing off the things that I don't like and why I don't like them. For instance, I'm not a good short-term content creator. I'm a long-form content creator. I'm the person you put up in the background on your second monitor while you're, I don't know, working or playing some other game. That's what I am. It's every content creator. I don't know. There's some content creators that I want to watch though. You know, if they're like make good editing or I'm watching their gameplay. Or for me developing, I think that sometimes, especially this, do you really want to have this up on your screen watching it? Wow, look, I'm looking through a list, chat. I'm pressing the number 2. Nah. Minimize my fucking face. My ugly mug. We're working on my game, I'll watch it. That's how it is. I think that a lot of my viewers are like that. They're other game devs who are working on their games. And using me as a way to not feel distracted. Or, you know, to have somebody to work next to. For like motivation purposes. Smooth camera zoom. That's a fun one. Neutral. So Paralyze would go up a tier. The other ones would stay where they are. Note that while some of these may seem like they're direct upgrades, they might change flavor a lot too, which could harm the commission, right? So flavor is important as well sometimes, and well, changing the state of an ingredient might give you the benefits of an increase in effect here. It may change the flavor completely so that the NPC doesn't want it or wouldn't like it as much. And they will comment on that, just for note. forget where we write that, though. It's in here. Our game is very data-driven. A lot of data behind the scenes. Custom responses to the potions that we build dynamically, just in case you have more than one effect that should have a response. You know, it's like if you have an NPC that asks for a poison. Well, what happens if you paralyze on that poison? Wouldn't that make it better? What happens if you put weakness and poison on it? What happens if you put restore health on that poison? You know, it's like all these might change the way that a NPC responds about it, or it might also change the way that the entire encounter is finished. For instance, the restore health might cancel out the poison, meaning if we detect it on there, we should fail the encounter. But if you add invisibility on a poison, they will mention, so for instance, if you add invisibility on some of the poisons that are thief here once, he will say, well, guys, like the moment I sliced them up, they went invisible. I mean, it didn't cause a problem because they died anyway, but it was really weird. And then you can reply like, "Oh yeah, I did put an invisibility effect on that poison." Which is kind of fun. Add regen health. Yeah, I mean, some of those will fail it, right? Wouldn't a thief want invisibility poison? Hide the bodies? I mean, the invisibility would wear off. At least for Spoon, he doesn't care. He just wants to kill people. Invisible enemy now wants to... There is one, yes, there is one where he's not wanting to kill them. He just wants to, like, whip them up into a frenzy. And if you put invisibility on that, he'll mention that he had a pretty hard time getting out of there because all the enemies that were swinging wildly were also invisible and he couldn't see them. It's kind of fun that way. Alright, drying it will increase essence and neutral utility but lower damaging and curing. So we'll change restore stamina into restore essence. Invisibility goes up a tier. And we'll just say paralyzed stays where it's at. Distilling it increases curing and damaging but lowers neutral utility and lowers essence. So we'll say the resource stamina stays. Invisibility poofs. And we'll add concussive blast. Classic song. The OSRS players out there. There gonna be money in the game? Yes, there will. I don't have it in there yet. I need to determine how we want to handle bartering. If you should be able to negotiate higher prices and things like that. But yes, we plan to have money. And you'll be able to use that with merchants. You might be able to use it to bribe information out of NPCs that you could then pass on to other NPCs or use in some way. Like, why not? That could be kind of fun. You know, you could work a little undercover. You could bribe information out of bad guys and give them to the good guys. Or vice versa. Why not? And the cool thing is, right now, we wouldn't have to do too much to the system to enable that. I could have that working in 1 or 2 days. This is distilling plus damaging effects. Now we'll keep paralyzed the same. T1. Okay, you're talking about Frostpunk 2 GT. Let me go back and read it. Generally a good game, but some UI UX problems. I read that, where the UI doesn't appropriately display information. UI artistically is very good. I saw people saying that it was kind of like mobile-esque, or that it was like built for controllers or something. Which means that it was probably like overly simplistic and a bit bubbly, I guess you could say. District system needs reworks. Currently maximizing surface area of a district results in more connections, results in more heat. Yeah, you would think that increasing surface area would help to reduce heat. You know, like just thermodynamics. Secondly, population controls are too abrupt. Population increases as soon as you have their demands met, but the increase in steps, each step is plus 200,000 people, causing you to always be short on supplies. 2,000 people? Like at once? What the fuck? That's a lot of people for a supposedly harsh survival game. Theme and world map are really well done. Research and laws are very expansive. Image of the game and UI. I like aspects of this. It's clean. I think the UI artistically is very good at once. They should make it increase linearly. Bottom factions menu is great. Quite like Manor Lords. I like Manor Lords. I'm not a big fan of some of the rhetoric that the developer has been using. Hot take. I don't like him saying that he's a solo developer when he's clearly not. Are you going to add controller support? Yes. For Steam Deck, yes. And for people with disabilities, I mean, remapping, yes. Remapping will 100% be there. It's Steam Deck compatibility day one, and once we have vertical slice, and remapping controls 100%. Poison. We do need more poison in the game. Toxicap is great for that. Poison 3. We could do Druid Sense too. That way you have to try to get Druid Sense without putting poison on your potion you want to drink yourself. If you want to use it for Druid Sense, you don't have to. You have a Steam Deck? I do not. That's a bit out of my budget range at the moment. I don't have much I would play with it either. I don't do a lot of like mobile gaming. I do play like mobile games on my phone, but I don't do a lot of... Let me take this massive Steam Deck that can't fit in my pocket and gets 5 hours of battery life and carry it around with me. I think we can apply for... No, we would use budgetary funds. Like either the publisher would pay for that, or they would give us one. So don't worry, but we'll get one if we need it. Yeah, like PSP. I want something the size of the PSP that fits in my fucking pocket. I hate that we just keep going bigger and bigger with everything, especially like phones. I don't want a bigger screen. I want a better battery and processor in there. Come on. Sometimes a bigger battery means bigger size phone though. I don't mind thickness. I like a thick phone with a good case, like a good protecting case, because I feel like it's safer that way. I don't want a thinner phone. I don't want one that bends easily. And I don't want one that is so big that I can't use it reasonably with one hand. I buy Otter boxes. I buy these big ass cases, they're Defender series. Galaxy S24 Defender series. This is what I would buy. Just this thick-ass, multi-layered case. I don't want that shit breaking. I don't know if you watch LTT Linus Tech Tips, but they were testing the new ARM Snapdragon laptops and the battery life is insane. That's pretty cool. If you're looking for like a case that is going to be protective and last a while, the Otter boxes are the way to go. It's 3 separate sections, so I have the outer layer, which is the silicone, nice and protective. And then you have the front and back. This is a very old case, so definitely got some wear and tear. Front case that snaps. And then the back case that snaps too, although I can't really get them apart. And that's got a soft back for protection too. Reminds me of the old Nokia phones. You drop those bitches, you can throw them. You can throw them at your friends. You can throw old Nokia phones at your friends and they won't break. In fact, your friends will break before the Nokia phone does. And that's what these cases remind me of. I throw them at my enemies. Yeah, you can. That's exactly what they're meant for. That is if you still have friends. True. Okay, Toxicap is poison and Druid sense. What else can we put on here? Definitely paralysis. Maybe frenzy. Taxicap good. Okay, cutting it will increase neutral utility effects, but hurt main stat effects. Well, we don't have any main stat effects. So let's say poison goes down to 2, but Druid sense goes up to 3. Paralyze and frenzy remain. Grinding it increases non-neutral utility effects. We have 2 of those, Paralyze and Frenzy. Lowers healing and curing. We don't have those. Fermented, damaging effects and non-neutral utility effects. Well, that's going to be an increase. Dried will increase essence effects and neutral utility effects, but lower damaging and curing. Okay, let's say poison goes down to 1. But Druid sense goes up to 4. Which makes me want to add a potion system to either my game or Vintage Story. I like potions. I've always wondered in alchemy. I've always loved alchemy. I've loved the idea of it, the history of it. I love potions. You know, I love both like real world alchemy and also fantasy alchemy, which is potion making. I get that they're different, but who the fuck cares? Plus, like, certain things in our game are tied to real-life alchemical ideas. So, for instance, we will have a system of corruption that spreads every new moon. So we do have moon phases in our game. Where is my sky? And we can set it to nighttime. We have a big old fuck off stylized moon. And yes, it will remain large. And we can determine moon phases. And when it is a new moon, when the night is at its darkest, the corruption will spread to a new biome. That's the plan for it, at least. Oh, it's cool that you only get the light rays from... What an amazing plugin this is. I don't think you should never buy any other plugin than this plugin. It's wild how good it is. And the time of day even affects the lighting on the planet there. Isn't that awesome? Yeah, if anybody's wondering, it is Ultra Dynamic Sky and Weather System. And I promise you, for $40, you cannot find a more easily usable, featureful, amazing day-night weather system. Very controllable. For $40. Yeah, take care, True Nightmare. It's good talking to you today. See you tomorrow for more of this, because we have to do flavors. Paralyze to, yeah, Druid Sense 4, okay. Looks good. Alright, Snake Eye. If you, by the way, if you guys have any ideas of what like some of these might do when I say them, like Snake Eye or Snake Scale, go for it. Based on the effects that we have here. Not here. Like maybe it'd be cool to have this. Although we're trying to balance out usage of effects, so we, we can see that we do have some that we don't have a whole bunch of usage of. Like silence and calm. So we should try to put silence and calm on some of these. Maybe on the Snake Eye, silence would be kind of cool. The Snake Eye be like invisibility. Visibility and silence, that was the one. Snake Scale, I definitely want to put Bulwark on, because I don't think we have a lot of usage of Bulwark. Especially at tier 2. Bulwark. Bulwark's a good one. Maybe like resist magic too. So it's a really good like combo defensive ingredient. Fortify health. Now see, the only way you get Snake Eyes and Snake Scales at the moment is by helping an NPC. And if you help him well enough, he brings you back these as a reward. So we can make them a little bit stronger as a proper reward. So when you get them, you're like, oh yeah, I could think of some uses for this. And not, oh, this is kind of shit. They're all tier 1 bullshit. Snake Scales. We do have Spider Stingers, so that's a, Spider Stingers are a perfect opportunity to do poison. Snake scales maybe too, but maybe a weaker poison. Granted, we could always make them appear when you are, in our case, fermenting or distilling them. You get the poison to come out of the snake scale. Or snake eye. I'll do a weak concussive blast on the snake scale. And then a tier 2 bulwark and resist magic. Alright, drawing out snake eye. Minus damaging and curing. We have none of that. Actually, a lot of our ingredients don't have curing by default. What if the snake eye cured poison? We got a nice. Alright, this will increase the neutral utility effect, so invisibility will go up, fortify health can stay the same, silence. Let's say we let it go down, but the cure poison remains. Cutting it. Increases neutral, minus main stats, so fortify health goes down 1. No cure on it though. Grinding increases non-neutral utility effects, so silence would go up to 4. Minus healing, minus curing, so invisibility stays the same. Fortify health 1. Fermented increases damaging effects and non-neutral utility. That is going to be silence 4. Minus healing and minus stamina. Give it a weak poison. And obviously we shouldn't have cure poison on there because that would be weird. Yeah, so you know that poison, it also, it gets cured. It's not really how our alchemy system works, but it is kind of weird to have cure poison and poison on the same thing. Alright, cooking it will increase the health, but minus the non-neutral utility, so silence will, let's just bring down silence to 1. It could work. Snake scales. Alright. Grinding them up increases non-neutral utility effects, so none of these. But we can put one on there, so we can do Concussive Blast. Bulwark, resist magic. Bring those down 1, and then the non-neutral will be We could do calm. We don't have enough of those. Okay. These are the ones that are below 15 now. Could use some more Fortify Essence. Definitely will put that on Mystical Thistle. And we'll even throw a Restore Essence on there too. Alright, Snake Scale Distilled will be curing effects and damaging effects up. That'll mean Concussive Blast. I'm going to bring it up to 3. Minus neutral utility, so Bulwark, let's say, comes down to 1. Resist Magic is off completely. But we also get a You're Poison 2. You know what? No, let's do Cure Disease. We have a lot of Cure Poison already. Not enough Cure Disease. We have a lot of Immolation at tier 2. Not enough Concussive Blast or Chills at tier 2 though. No Chill at tier 3. We need more Chill. Put that on Mystical Thistle. That would bring Chill down to 2. Minus Healing and Curing. It's kind of meh. I'll throw Weakness tier 1 in there. We need more slow too. At tier 1 we need more slow. We can make that work. Dried boosts essence effects and neutral utility effects. Minus damaging, minus curing. Okay. Fortify and Restore Essence will go up to 4 and 3. Chill comes down to 2. Distilled boosts damaging effects. Lowers neutral utility effects and essence effects. I'm gonna bring these both down by 2. You know what? No, just 1. Just one. Spider Heart. Let's go with Restore Health 3 and Fortify. Now we'll just do Restore Health 3 for the Spider Heart. Poison Tier 2. Aetherlight Tier 1. And Fear Tier 2. How did we not put night vision on the snake eye? That's a missed opportunity. Frostpunk 2 got me again. If I wish to replay the second scenario, I have to replay the first. Weird. Oops. We'll put night vision. Do I need more night vision though? Not really. Not really. Spider Heart dried, plus essence, plus neutral utility. So Aetherlight would go up. Minus damaging and curing, so poison would go down. Cut Spider Heart increases neutral but lowers main stat. So let's say Aetherlight goes up to 3. Restore health down to 1. Poison 2, Fear 2. Fermented increases damaging effects and non-neutral utility effects. So Fear would go up to 3. But lowers healing and stamina. Restore health down to 1. We'll do poison up to 3 as well. Cooked increases healing effects, and stamina lowers non-neutral utility. So let's say Fear goes by Restore health up to 4. Poison 2 and Aetherlight 1. Alright, Spider Stinger should 100% cause poison. Even though we have a lot of poison already. The thing is, if we're doing this to add potion combat into our prototype, right? So I'd like for it to be easy-ish to make potions with combat effects on them. you know, these neutral utilities are only really going to be something you want to drink yourself. So having it be a little bit easier to get non-neutral utility or damage effects, a little okay with that, at least for the initial thought. Poison 3. We'll do strength boost tier 2. Slow tier 2 and ear disease tier 2. Slow tier 1. We don't have enough slow tier 1s. Okay, cut increases neutral utility effects, which would be strength boost. We'll say it weakens the poison a bit though. Grinding it increases non-neutral utility effects like slow, but minuses healing and curing. I mean, here's the nice benefit of this spider stinger, right? It's really good for making a strong poison. The issue is you don't want to throw a potion at an enemy that might also increase their strength. So you need to be careful when choosing a accommodating ingredient that you don't accidentally put strength boost on there or something, right? But the poison and slow are good to combine. If you're trying to make a good cure disease potion, you of course want to make sure you don't choose then another ingredient that has poison on it, because then that's going to add poison to the potion. Distilled increases damaging and curing effects. Lowers neutral in essence though. Poison 4. Let's say it poofs the strength boost. Slow stays at 1. Cure disease though goes up to 3. We're almost done with these. And we have a lot more up here to do too. This is only a small section too of the effects that of the ingredients that we'll have in the final game. It's only a small number compared to that. We'll see though. We will see. Depends on how many effects we have. I really don't want more than 30 effects. 30 to 35. Okay, Violet Frogdort. Fortify essence, resist magic, calm. Could use more of both tier 1 and tier 2 fortify essence. Resist magic could use both more tier 1 and tier 2. Calm, tier 2. Let's start calm off at tier 2. Let's go for tier... This is not a common ingredient, so we could go a bit higher. Three, 2. Non-neutral utility effects plus healing and curing low. I don't know why you would want to put this on here, but whatever. We'll switch calm into silence tier 2. Is what it is. Dried plus essence effects plus neutral utility effects minus damaging minus curing. Straight upgrade. Distilled minus neutral utility minus essence. A plus curing and plus damaging. Let's say fortify essence comes down to 1. Resist magic is gone entirely. For damaging effects, that's going to do chill tier 3. Calm tier 1. Maybe some cure. Cure poison tier 2. Yellow crystal. We'll do bulwark and warmth. Bulwark at tier 2. You definitely need more tier 2s. And warmth at tier 1 or 2 would work. The only thing we can do with it is grind it though. I'll do bulwark tier 3 and warmth tier 2. But if you grind it, we'll put calm on there. At tier 2. That looks good. Gold ore. It used to have luck on it, but we don't have luck as an effect anymore. For good reasons. What do we want gold ore to do then? Strength boost tier 1 maybe? Concussive blast tier 1? You can grind it up. Non-neutral utility effects. Again, we don't really have those. We'll change it into a tier 1 weakness and tier 1 concussive blast. At some point in the future, if you are able to sell ingredients to merchants, buy and sell them, which I think you should, you know, gold ore could be one of those things that, you know, we intentionally make like a little bit stronger, but also it's worth a good bit to sell it. So, you know, what do you want to do here? Choices. Distilled, hearing and damage, neutral utility gone. So let's say concussive blast 2. Ear disease 1. Emerald ore. We have sapphire. I think sapphire because it's blue. You might think water. We could put water breathing on that. Same with Siren's Reef Seed would be a great one for that. So we'll take care of water breathing soon. Lightness could work. Lightness and calm. Two and two, maybe? 2 and 1. Ground will increase the calm to 2. Let's say it lowers the lightness by 1, though. Distilled, neutral utility goes down, but we add curing and damaging, so let's say it goes emerald ore, weak poison, no lightness. Calm 1. The thing is, these are right inside the cave entrance. There's like no skill required to grab them. Just kind of like here. So I don't think we have to be too crazy about putting some, you know, immense effects on them or whatever. Why is this blue? Oh, it's, you know what? It might be because of the hump that's here. There's a little hump. Distraction time. Let me just try that, see what it looks like. Or not. The fuck? It's just a blue spot. just hide it? Should we just put a rock here or something? This isn't happening anywhere else, though, as far as I can see. This looks like some issue with the surface capture. Not this. I need flux coastline domain rebuild. Yeah, rebuild. Fix it. I'm trying to avoid that though, because it might end up with the that weird clipping issue we've had in a few places. But it looks okay. Very, very finicky, this fluid system. It looks fine. There shouldn't be waves in here either. Oh, maybe there aren't. Oh yeah, no, they're fine. False alarm. False alarm. Back to ruby ore. Ruby, ruby, ruby. Let me do the sapphire first and maybe the reef seed just so I can get this yellow out of the water breathing. We'll do a tier 1 fortify essence. And a tier 1 water breathing. Unless ground or distilled will lower that. Distilled will, ground won't affect. So we'll do tier 2 water breathing. Distilled brings that down to 1. Ground plus non-neutral utility effects. I don't know. I mean, what is that supposed to do? Let me just throw silence at tier 1 on it. Whatever. And distilled plus curing plus damaging effects. We'll throw chill. Tier 1. Yeah, and that's all we'll do for that. I noticed we had very few invisibilities at tier 1. So maybe with ruby ore. We'll do fortify health tier 1 and invisibility tier 1. Round minus healing effects, but plus non-neutral. We'll do frenzy tier 1. Distilled will boost the nothing, but it would hurt the invisibility, so fortify health tier 1, and then we'll throw on a small concussive blast tier 1. I'm going to finish up with these last 3, then call it for the day. My mind is melted. And tomorrow we'll have to finish up with these, and that shouldn't take us the whole day. And then we'll start on flavors, which will definitely take us through the day, and then we'll probably have to finish up flavors on Thursday. And then we should be good. Then we can jump back in Engine and we can start to implement the new radar graph, which I'm pretty excited for. Hey Ovi, use Word to take notes or Notepad? I use Notepad. Notepad, my beloved. And then I sometimes ask ChatGPT to summarize. It's really good at doing that. Like jot down ideas in any wording and any order that you want, and then just tell ChatGPT to summarize it. Saves a lot of time. Toadstool corrupted. This is a corruption is an effect that we want, but I don't know how we can communicate this. I should implement it is what I should do. That much is known. Hope one day Notepad++ will come to Mac OS. I'm using it on Windows and amazing. There are some pretty similar things to use on Mac. I don't know their names because I don't use Mac, but I'm sure there's something that is of similar quality. You're not like Notepad. Yeah, Notepad's pretty cool. It has some cool plugins too. A lot of nice features that are hidden below the basics. Good search and replace too. Toadstool corrupted. I think I wanted this to be like Toadstool, but opposite. So whereas basic Toadstool is kind of just health and stamina, some basic shit. Toadstool corrupted is like poisonous and weakness and all this bad shit. And then corruption. We'll have to refactor how we show effects though, because I want to show corruption as like a purple effect. Whereas right now we have effects as either red or blue. Show you. And corruption would just be like a purple to indicate the corrupted nature, which I'll show you them in game. The ways over here. Get out of here, you bitch. Here they are. They do glow purple. Probably only visible at nighttime though. Yeah. White ball. We'll let you be able to do something with this altar. Nice effect. Yeah, I did some combinations of different visual effects. Hopefully they're not too GPU intensive. I don't think they are. Actually, looking down at them is better for your GPU than looking away from them. So they're good for your GPU, that's what it means. They should be more visible during day. I guess they are, it's just the bright sun. It's kind of overwhelming. I don't know. It's a prototype. All of this will be replaced for the final game, including the map. Beach ball. Yay. You guys want to see what happens if you keep the beach ball up in the air? 10 hits. Here, bitch. Ooh. Uh-oh. Well, I need to get this on land. Now you may be wondering, why is there a beach ball in a supposedly fantasy medieval universe? Because I like it. Because it's fun, okay? It's fun to hit the ball. Very addictive. Here we go. Ooh! Come back! Beautiful. Top tier gameplay Easter egg right there. That's not the only thing either. I'll show you the altar of Kek. Get your Keks ready. A Romanian entrepreneur. How you doing, Yeetus? Why is the GPU doing that? Ew! There's some bug with TAA that it does that. I don't know why. Oh, look at that. For some reason, you can fix it by increasing your anti-aliasing quality in the game. I can't explain why, but if that happens to you, that's the solution. So we have these stones out here, just kind of scattered around. Looks like some natural just thing. But if you stand up here, on this altar, they reveal Kek. And if you wait here and you look in this direction for 10 seconds, yeah, it's pretty good, right?
Mr. President, wake up.
People like to say that I spend more time putting memes in my game than actual features. I don't know how to feel. Yeah, I like doing stuff like that. It's just kind of fun. And yes, the publishers do receive this build. They can find all those Easter eggs if they want. If they like sexual moaning beach balls. Boy, do I have the Easter egg for them. I love the way that the water looks so good in the daytime. Wouldn't recommend it? Yeah, fuck it. If they can't laugh at a meme, then why would I ever want to work with them? What lore relevance does the moaning beach ball have? Don't tempt me. I will make lore relevance. I will explain the moaning beach ball. Possessed by some spirit. Go ahead. It's my universe. No balls. I like it. Okay, I'll do it. I will tell my publisher, hopefully, why this is a necessary, important gameplay feature to include. Holds everything together exactly. Go all in or not at all. It's like an infinity stone. The Siren's Reef seed at night too looks really cool. I love the way they glow underwater. Oh, dude, that's scary. I have fear of like open oceans and like not being able to see the bottom. Subnautica was an experience to play, I'll tell you that. Yeah, it's like Subnautica. Scary shit for me. Relief Dev, thank you for the follow. I'm gonna guess that you're a game dev. Okay, that's my 500 IQ take. New Concord news comes out. It's like the gift that keeps on giving. Oh God, what happened now?
Mr. President, wake up.
Mostly a lurker though. Hey, we love our lurkers. Enjoy the free lurk emote that you get by following. One thing too, and I'll have to you'll have to hear this without any other noise. You can kind of hear it now. So you hear the sound of the storm, right? You go underwater. You can still hear the sound of the storm. But if you go deeper, just barely though, right? You got none of it. Just the spooky ambience and the light. Yeah, I worked pretty hard to implement that. I don't know why, I just like things like that. They're just kind of fun for me. You will also have the rain making ripples on the water. That was easier to set up. I'll just say it honestly, that was much easier to set up. But I think for like an immersive sim kind of game, those kinds of things help to sell the experience a bit. I want you to feel like you're in this world. Autodesk speak out. Apparently Sony spent way more than $400 million US because they were planning to make Concord like a big franchise. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I bet they had things lined up. 100%. Wouldn't doubt it. All right, let me finish this. I know I'm procrastinating. Kind of sad. It is, but at the same time, is it? There's some pieces of rhetoric that I'm not a fan of as a game developer going around. Number one, I don't like the idea that that any criticism that is leveraged at your game and your work is considered harassment. Sure, I'm sure there's some harassment going on, but also I think that if you make a bad game, it's a product. People have a right to criticize that product. I think that Sony should have seen this coming. That if a large developer with hundreds of people working on it, potentially even over 1,000, and a development studio with hundreds of people working at it, I think it was for sure over 200 people. How do you not see the problem coming? It doesn't take a genius to be able to look at Concord, specifically its characters, and say, yeah, this ain't it, Chief. This ain't it. And I want to know, there's toxic positivity. Sure, I've heard that there's toxic positivity. I've worked at a place with toxic positivity. I can 100% guarantee you that if that was the culture, I could see it happening. I worked at a place where I was called disloyal for trying to talk about the problems that we had. I firmly believe that they thought that I was trying to destroy the team by talking about the production issues we had and why it was causing us to have inefficiencies and causing us to crunch, and I wanted to fix that. And the first way you fix that is by identifying the problem. They refused to see the problem at all, even when the statistics were right in front of us. They didn't want to tell the truth to other developers. They didn't want to say anything that was going bad in the company or any bad news that they had from the publisher because it would hurt morale. Yeah, it might hurt morale, but guess what? Lying to your employees isn't any better. In fact, it's worse. You think a group full of adults in their 20s to 40s or potentially older can handle a little bit of bad news? Fuck off. Of course they can. What they don't want is to be lied to because they are adults. And if you can't tell the truth to your employees, then you can't trust them. And if you can't trust your employees, then what the fuck are you doing being an employer? That's just my take on it. That is why, for Microraptor Games, on our cheesy little website, I talk about our values, and one of ours is transparency. Transparency isn't just about the removal of barriers in communication, but about being free to say what you believe without fear or worry. Problems can only be solved through discussion, and nobody acts as if they're infallible. We're adults, making games and having fun. But transparency extends beyond us developers. The same level of respect and openness is given to our community. If we have an issue, we share it. There won't be any facades, and we won't hide the gritty reality of our development. And yes, these are stock images. Because I didn't know what else to put here. I was like, oh, I kind of like the layout, but I don't know what the fuck else to put here. So I just grabbed some stock images. Whatever. The words are the important part. Also, collaboration and ethics are our other two values. So we will try to uphold those values. We will do our best. And I started the company because I don't trust some businessman above me to uphold those values. Still better than your webpage. Well, I'm gonna have to pay for that webpage soon, and it's pretty expensive to keep that webpage going up. Whatever. Gotta spend money to make money. Pepsi Pineapple, right? Let me do it. Okay, poison, let's do 3. Weakness 2, corruption 2. don't think changing the... We could say fermenting increases corruption. Maybe distilling would decrease. It doesn't really matter right now. You know, we just need to hint that we have corruption later on. When we implement corruption, we can start to define what that means. Like, what does it mean if you give a potion, a corrupted potion, to a NPC? What happens? Maybe some Lovecraftian stuff, you know. I like Lovecraftian stuff. I worked on Darkest Dungeon. Lovecraftian stuff comes natural to me. I think I'm gonna go to bed. Yeah, take care, Wobby. Thank you so much for showing up, and thank you for the follow as well. Hope to see you tomorrow. Tentacles, exactly. I'd also, I know it seems a bit cheesy, but I'd like to use the universe of Cauldron Chronicles in our future game, hopefully our next game, which would be the Nightmare Lake idea. And because that is a very Lovecraftian inspired game, you know, the name of it is based on a Lovecraft poem. I'd like to have like an NPC here that is like a tentacle, you know, hooded. You can just see tentacles writhing, kind of like Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean. And he like rises, he comes from the water and then exits into the water. Be a cool character you could meet. And that would kind of connect the universe a little bit in preparation. Future stuff though, future. Lovecraftian Call of Duty. Oh wait, that's Warhammer. No, but a Lovecraftian Call of Duty could go pretty hard. That would actually be a pretty cool game to see. Like take, I don't know, World War II. But what would happen if World War II was interrupted by an assault from Lovecraftian deities and monsters? Like alternate universe type shit. Alternate history. You sit there and you tell me that that would not go hard as fuck. But it's like, what do you do with Hitler? Would Hitler side with Cthulhu? Or would Hitler become a good guy? Let's not go down that route. Like the Axis and the Allies have to team up now, and now it's like we're fighting alongside the fascists. Mechanics like hell let loose, but it's actually hell. There's something there. There's actually something there to that idea. And it's very, very marketable. You show World War II soldiers fighting tentacle demons. Dude, that game would get so much interest from people. Try to be minus damaging effects. Okay, so poison would go down. Weakness would stay the same. We could throw an essence effect on here too if we want. Or corruption on there for now. You think of the dog fights. Think of the dog fights with the old ones. It would be so fucking cool. Maybe it happens like right before the assault on D-Day. And so now the largest sea to land invasion in history is now saving Europe from both the Nazis and from the from Lovecraftian horrors. The paratroopers are dropped in with Cthulhu waging war in France. It sounds so fucking awesome. A neutral utility effects goes up, main stat effects goes down. We don't have any of those. Annoying. Do poison 2, we'll do a weakness, corruption. Right before Normandy, then Lovecraftian entities spawned in. Maybe it would start out like, you're in one of the transports in Normandy, right? You can't see over the walls, right? Because it's meant to protect you from fire. And the moment that hatch drops down, you don't see the fortifications on the beach, or maybe they're destroyed. You just see the sea, this sea of Lovecraftian horrors. And it's not daytime, it's nighttime. It's just darkness with like a storm going on, and with every clap of the lightning, you see some great old one in the background, just moving slowly and just like attacking the villages. I'm into it. I want to play that game. Minus healing, minus cure. Non-neutral utility effects. So poison. Weakness goes up. Corruption 2. Fermented would make poison 3. Poison 4. Weakness 3. Corruption 3. We'll see if this gives us Fortify, Stamina 2, Poison 1, Corruption 2. Pretty game like that, but but instead of World War 2, it's set in World War 1, so way more scary to imagine. Yeah, but didn't Call of Cthulhu have like really bad combat? Am I thinking of the right game? Like, it was an investigation game, right? Primarily, but then they put combat in there for some reason, and the combat's like really half-baked. Am I thinking of a different game? Nation 2012. Ignored Call of Duty Black Ops 3. That's how you know I'm based. Yeah, I thought this was a... Wait, is this the one you're talking about, or something else? Wasted Land. This is the one that I'm thinking of. Yeah, that's the newer one, and that's the one with the... Is it not on Steam? Sex Change Contract and Molester Girl. Well, that's a game. I think I'm gonna close that for the moment. Sex change contract and molester girl. What could that game be about? Let me look. I will oh, it's coming out December 2024. Okay, here is
Mr.
the
President, wake up.
here's the God. Why did I become a girl? I am the cheek con who has brought many women to orgasm, and today I will be brought to orgasm instead. The woman who calls herself a god wants me to collect 1,000 milliliters of sperm to become a man. Damn, I want to fuck her, but where is my dick? My proudest penis is gone. I'm working on the game, okay. Wishlisted. Anybody who's listening to me in the background has no idea what the fuck I just did. I'm pretty sure I just got 2 people fired from their jobs who were listening to me at work with the speakers on. I just want to talk to the dev. Yeah, can you send me the link for it? You know, for a friend? Alright, Spoon Nut, don't ask, but Spoon Nut needs to have restore stamina on it. That's a very crucial part of the Spoon Nut. And if you're wondering, the Spoon Nut is a nut that is shaped like a spoon. It is literally a spoon-shaped nut. Called a spoon nut. Christ, that game's summary. I want to know how do you even have the idea to write that? Found the Call of Cthulhu? Yeah, send me the link. Spoon nut. Maybe we'll do resist magic. And resist magic and strength boost. In Discord or here? You can set it here. I don't mind. Oh, I see it. Did it not have a store page or something? Oh. Amidst World War One, game pits your team of investigators and soldiers against an ancient enemy. I mean, even if there is a game like this, it's so old. You could 100% remake something similar. There's not going to be any game idea that's 100% unique anyway these days. And going full like first person action shooter, that would be cool. Stuffing grenades down the throats of these flesh monsters. Okay, grinding this up will boost non-neutral utility effects, which we don't have any of. Minus healing, minus curing. Wonderful. We have none of these. Let's go. Restore stamina 1. Resist magic. Strength boost. And we'll throw on fear. 1. Jesus Christ, we have 35 poisons. Well, not gonna be hard to make poison in the game. Cooked, plus healing and plus stamina effects, minus non-neutral. Fortify health tier 1. Restore stamina 3. Resist magic 1 and strength boost 2. Alright, last one for today. And I then am going to go get a very, very nice mental break. Fueled by alcohol at home. What are we low on? Let's do night vision and water breathing. Fortify stamina. One. Water breathing. Night vision. We'll do 2 water breathing, 1 night vision. But we'll do slow. 1. Okay, cutting it will increase neutral utility effects, so that's water breathing and night vision. But minus healing, or no, minus main stat effects, so actually it would get rid of the fortify stamina. Grinding it would increase non-neutral utility effects, so slow would go up, but minus healing and curing. We don't have. Cooking it increases healing and stamina, but lowers non-neutral utility effects. So slow can disappear. Stamina would go up to 2. It's a good one to do. And distilling it increases curing and damaging effects, but lowers neutral utility effects and essence effects. Let's keep the fortify stamina. Night vision will go. Water breathing at tier 1. Night vision switches out for chill. And do we want that at tier... I'll just do tier 1. Slow 1. Okay, well, that's a good start. Those will be all of the base effects, or base ingredients that you can find out in the wilderness in the prototype map. Now, some of them might be rewarded to you through some of the ones that we don't that we didn't fill out yet could be rewarded to you via commissions. So we'll fill in those tomorrow, and that shouldn't take us too long. We just have these and a pretty large section here to fill, and then we'll move on to flavor, which it's going to be annoying. It's just it's the same kind of thing. The same kind of bullshit. Sitting here determining whether or not distilling something or drying something, how is that going to change the flavor? Now the flavor is less important to get crazy accurate than the effects, but we still want to make sure that there is a good balance of flavors out there, so that if you want to make something sour, you can. If you want to make something earthy, you can, right? Like, you might have earthiness on roots and mushrooms, savoriness from like when you cook meat or when you cook the mushrooms, salty things from like the seaweed or the starfish. We don't have anything that's really spicy at the moment, so that won't really matter. So, you know, we'll kind of go through. It's more just tedious work. Ugh. But for today, guys, I'm gonna get going. I'm tired. But I'll see you on for tomorrow for more of this. And then I don't really have anything else to say. Just I'll see you on tomorrow for more of this. Ciao, guys. Take care, Twitch Dog. Thank you so much, Aurelia the Dev, for the follow. Willer Ways, Wubby Salmon, Lemab, and those are the ones that supported today. And if you like what we're doing, consider giving us a follow so that you can improve my speech after 7 hours of streaming. It's not going to improve. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for more of this, and hopefully we'll finish up, or hopefully we'll get through enough of it that we can finish up on Thursday and then jump into the engine on Friday and start to implement the new flavors and the new ingredients and get ourselves moving closer to having the real combat that we want to have. See you guys. Take care. Take it easy. Bye-bye.